I'm ready. She distracted me. Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We'll be calling the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday, February 24th to order. Can we do the Pledge of Allegiance from Supervisor Kozmicki, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So I do want to announce right off the bat that Supervisor Curro will not be attending the meeting in person due to her attendance of the National Association of Counties in Washington, D.C. She will be attending remotely, ideally later in the meeting if she can make it. So at that point, we will welcome her to the meeting and go through the steps for her to attend remotely. Do we need to do roll call in this case at this time since she is not here at the moment?
You may proceed as you would normally proceed in a meeting.
Thank you. All right. Item B, acknowledge certificate of posting. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Moving to board announcements. Do any supervisors have announcements at this time?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, real briefly, I just want to once again, I said I'm going to keep bringing it up until there's change, and the roundabout at Highway 156 and Bixby Road is a problem, and it's not safe, and I'm glad that Caltrans is now receptive to looking at potential changes, especially in light of just another fatality. Condolences to all the families involved, the injuries, the fatality this last weekend, and I'll say it again, it needs to be more signage, more clear signage, and if anything can be adjusted on the engineering or mechanisms on the roundabout, I'm gonna keep pushing for that. And then just secondly, just wanna let everyone know there is a press release out there. If you are a farmer, schools, landscaping, anything that is our government, sheriffs aware, there are grants for electric UTVs through Monterey Bay Air Resources District. If you're interested, please contact me.
Thank you. Velasquez, do you have anything?
Nothing at this time.
Great. And we will be moving on to public comment, opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. Do we have any public comment today for items not on the agenda?
If you'd like to make a public comment, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Tammy Aviles.
Good morning, Chair, Board. My name is Tammy Aviles, and I am with the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. And today, while thinking about what I wanted to say, the word that popped into my mind is grateful. I'm grateful on behalf of the Friends. I'm grateful to the CAO and to the supervisors for meeting with the representatives of the Friends regarding the library expansion project. I'm grateful to the members and donors of the Friends of the Library, in which we use those funds that are held by the Friends to support the library, its programs, bringing books and services to the community. And also on the other hat is I'm on the board of Seniors Council of Santa Cruz and San Benito counties. And I'm also grateful to at the Senior Center across the street, there is the ADRC, which is the Aging and Disability Resource Connection, which offers one phone call, one stop by for services to seniors and helps guide caregivers, families to whatever services may be needed. And just again, thank you for your time today.
Next in chambers, Jeannie Wallace.
Good morning. I wonder if I might request an extra 30 seconds. I have some comments from students in school that I would like to share with you, and I don't think I can get through them all in exactly 3 minutes. Is that
Let's just try
allowable?
your best. Yeah, we should be okay.
Okay. Good morning. I'm here to speak to you about an item that's apparently been removed from today's agenda, the proposed climate action roadmap. First, I want to commend those responsible for recognizing the very serious consequences of climate change, for having the foresight to take advantage of EPA funds while they were still available, and for getting us this far. Your own website states we're already seeing the effects of climate change in San Benito County, including heat waves, drought, and wildfires. And of course, the consequences are far greater than just these. They range from powerful storms, freezes, and flooding, to crop losses and rising food costs, to infrastructure damage, including to roads, to health consequences, to pressure on global migration, and more. While funding for implementation of the roadmap may not be there just now, adopting the plan anyway accomplishes some important things. It positions county staff to move forward with portions of the plan as soon as funds do become available. It conveys intentionality, which can impact mindsets. It encourages staff to be looking for ways to implement changes that may not carry a lot of cost, but can nonetheless make a difference. And it sends a message to our younger residents that their county is looking out for them, that you're intending to be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. Members of the San Benito County Democratic Youth Committee, high school students who are all in class this morning, wrote the following comments to be shared with you. Alyssa, a senior. Although the effects of climate change are not always evident or extreme in our daily lives, we've been seeing them around the world. Although we're one county, we need to make it evident that climate change is an issue that we care about, so change happens now and in places beyond. Eddie, also a senior. My mother has worked in agriculture the past 17 years. Even I've worked in agriculture with both of my siblings. The past 4 years have been especially rough, with more extreme weather resulting in less crops. Not only is that less work for me and my family, but it's less food to put on our table. It is important to stop climate change before there's no crops to pick or food to eat. Rihanna, a junior. I care about climate change because I believe it is an issue that affects everyone. That being said, everyone should do their part to help the cause to the best of their ability. Right now, I understand you may not have the budget to create major change, but you do have the ability to take a step in the right direction and bring awareness to a dire issue that is not being stressed enough. Thank you for listening. Samir, a freshman. As I've always been told, if you want to bring solutions towards a problem, you have to encourage it first. Even if you can't afford to take the first step, acknowledge it. Frankie, a senior. I believe we only have one planet, one home. This roadmap can help protect our crops, which contribute a fair share to San Benito County's economy. If you don't pass the roadmap, you're telling a large percent of those you serve that you don't care about them. The youth have faith in you to protect our community, our home. Please don't disappoint us. And Eaton, a senior. We're already behind schedule. For years, we've witnessed the devastating effects of climate change on our planet. The time is now to prevent further damage. Please, pass this roadmap. I leave you with the following thought. Increasingly, young people are resolving never to have children because they do not trust us to leave them a safe place to live. UC Berkeley Professor Robert Reich.
If you can, please try to wrap up just so we're fair to
Yep.
everyone.
UC Berkeley Professor Robert Reich recently asked his class what they call their generation. One of them replied, the last generation. We need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in chambers, Seth Capron.
Morning, Board. Gratitude is a wonderful thing for all involved. I'm here to express some gratitude also. I don't know how many of you drove on Cole Road before it was rebuilt. I think it was probably one of the worst roads in the county, certainly per vehicle mile traveled, the worst road in the county. And it's beautiful. It's like a brand new road. It's smooth, the full length of the road. So I really want to thank you for the effort you put into that. I'm also here with an ask. I've had a number of conversations with Steve Loop. You know, when the traffic gets backed up on 101, either direction, usually on the weekend, and people are on Google Maps, we get people going 70 miles an hour, bumper to bumper down our road. It's incredibly unsafe. Every time I go out to walk on the road, which is regularly, I see a number of my neighbors out there walking. Some kind of traffic calming measures need to be put in place. It's a really unsafe situation. We're glad the road is smooth, but something to slow people down a little, speed bumps or some other effective measure really needs to happen, and really appreciate. I know funds are tight, but you know, maybe in some of the grant monies that you've received, you can find a way to do that. Thank you very much for the time.
Next, Ken Weatherly.
Good morning. My name is Ken Weatherly. I'm with Benito Engineering. I'm a land surveyor that's been working in this county on and off since I was in high school, full-time since I graduated college in 1987. What Seth mentioned, the nice smooth roads. Cole Road is a prime example of this thing I'm going to talk about. It's the historic survey monumentation that's been lost, or is increasingly being lost as these rough roads are getting resurfaced. There are historic survey monuments, property corners, that sort of thing that are out in the middle of these roads that are not necessarily being recovered in a proper manner in order to preserve them after these roads are resurfaced. I've been working with Steve on some of these projects. Cole Road I bring up, or Seth brought up, because I was just out there on Cole Road about 8 months ago and I found some monuments out in the road that I used to help retrace one of the neighbor's parcels. I rode my bike down Cole Road not that long ago and I noticed it had been resurfaced. I asked Steve about it. The contractor hired a surveyor but didn't find anything. Well, I was just out there and I didn't know that there was monumentation in the middle of the road and now it's all gone. I read Colin's article in the recap, I guess, of the last meeting on the next door thing, and he mentioned, amongst other roads, Lover's Lane being on the next, one of the next roads to be resurfaced. There are a lot of monuments in the middle of that road that need to be somehow tied out so that they can be put back after the road is resurfaced. And it's not just Lover's Lane, it's all these old bumpy roads that everybody hates to drive on. They all have monumentation in them that is diminishing the people's property rights that live along those roads. And I think that something needs to be done after Steve here has moved on to ensure that that is at least thought of when these road projects go out to bid. That's all I have. Thank you.
On Zoom, we have Leslie. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Supervisors. Leslie Austin, 38-year resident. Item 2.1 has been continued off calendar, and so I'm calling to respectfully ask the board and/or the CAO for clarity. Many of us who have been involved in this process would appreciate understanding the reason for continuation and what, if anything, is needed before it returns to the agenda. The Climate Action Roadmap is the county's first comprehensive climate planning document. It essentially compiles a greenhouse gas inventory. It establishes 2030 and 2045 reduction targets, and it outlines sector-based measures and actions to guide future planning, grant applications, and regional coordination. I know this is a substantial document, having reviewed it over the weekend, and it includes full inventory analysis and forecast modeling and sector by sector reduction pathways and more. And it's entirely reasonable that something of this scope would require adequate review time. At the same time, this reflects a multi-year federally funded effort involving the county staff and consultants and organizations and community engagement. And leaving it off the counter without identifying a return date creates uncertainty about next steps. I think the staff report makes it really clear that adoption would be non-binding and that any implementation would require separate board approvals and be subject to available resources and the annual budget process. Identifying a return date does not commit the county to funding or staffing decisions. It simply allows the board to consider the framework formally. Given that, I respectfully ask that the board identify perhaps either March 24th or April 7th as the meeting when this item would return for formal consideration, or clarify why additional delay may be necessary. Thank you so much.
Joe, you've been unmuted. Please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. More than a month ago, the topic of the meeting schedule change was placed on a future agenda item list. Today is supposed to be the big day, but I see now that it's been delayed to March 10th. 4 days after the deadline for submitting a ballot initiative. I'm not sure if that's a coincidence or not, but that was never my intended. The June primaries were not my intended date for the ballot initiative. That was going to be later on. I saw a speaker spoke for some students. Where are the students? They should be here right now. It is their right to speak for themselves. It is our right to speak for ourselves as people, as citizens, as constituents, as taxpayers, and as voters. It is our right to be here to speak for ourselves. And the same goes for the students. It is their right to be here and to speak for themselves. This mass disenfranchisement makes change more difficult, and it stifles the people's voices. And I literally just saw it happen. That time limit ran out for that one person who's speaking for multiple people. Those multiple people should all get a turn. And instead, they've been invested in one person who try to speak for everyone. That should not be the case. They should be here to speak for themselves. So that's on video now. Everyone can see it. And to everybody who's listening, I say this: do you want change? Demand a new meeting time. Make it happen. Let's all make it happen. That's how we get change, by making people listen to us. Thank you.
In chambers, we have Ann Hall.
Ann Hall with Benito Engineering, and I'm really just here to follow up on what Ken had to say. I am not a land surveyor, but I work obviously closely with the land surveyor. And the monuments in this county is an issue I know that Ken's been very concerned with for quite a while. One thing that he didn't get to cover in his time was some counties have a monument preservation fee that is added on whenever anyone records a map, and it's not much, maybe $5. But as maps get recorded, then there's at least money being put toward preserving those monuments going forward. And because so much of this county is rural, the monuments that are here are not necessarily standard subdivision monuments. So if you have a surveyor who only works in a rural situation in new construction, he may not be able to recognize the monuments that are in this county. So I really just wanted to follow up and reiterate or reinforce some of what he said, because it is a problem that we've been seeing for a while, and we just wanted to bring that to your attention.
No further public comments.
Great, thank you. Move on to consent agenda. These matters shall be considered as a whole and without discussion unless a particular item is removed from the consent agenda. And staff has informed me that we will be pulling 1.1 from the consent calendar, so that will not be heard today. Do any of the supervisors have items they wish to pull from consent?
I'd like to pull 1.4 and 1.11, please.
Velasquez?
I have none.
Okay. Do we have public comment on the consent items that were not pulled? So that is items that are not 1.1, 1.4, or 1.11. Is there any public comment on the remaining items?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9. In chambers, you can provide a speaker card. I have no public comment.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda bar items 1.1, 1.4, and 1.11?
Move to approve.
Second.
Great. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
4-0 vote, motion passes.
Great. Now we'll move to the items that were pulled. I'll start with 1.4. Supervisor Sotelo.
I can actually do these together if that's
great.
okay with you.
That's great.
It just has to do with the hiring freeze. So in the board, we approved, fiscal year 25, 26 budget, which included the hiring freeze. And there have been a number of vacancies that have occurred in critical positions. And with each of these vacancies, the CEO has come to the board to lift the hiring freeze to fill those positions. And I believe it's more efficient for the board to delegate authority to the CEO to determine if the vacancy is critical, and if so, to fill the vacancy without having to return to the board for approval. The hiring freeze would remain in place, except that the CEO would inform the board of her actions, and if there are any questions, then the issue would be brought to the board for review. I just think for time sensitivity, efficiency, et cetera, I think this is the best way for us to move forward. So I just wanted to propose that we give authority to the CEO to make these decisions rather than having to bring it back to the board each time. I don't know how you all feel about that, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Comments from the rest of the board?
I think if we can do it, I completely agree with you. I don't know if it's something we have to vote on first and then give you that authority, but I do agree with Supervisor Sotelo that for the sake of urgency, allow the CEO to move faster in those decisions.
Honorable Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, yes, the board does have the discretion to delegate that authority to the CEO, and the CEO may want to comment on how and in what manner she would use that delegated power.
Good morning. Yes, I agree with the same statement. It has been a challenge for us after the measures that has been taken during the approval of the budget, the current fiscal budget. And I understand some of the concerns of the employees, and sometimes they just start applying somewhere else. And it leave us with less staff last minute, so I had to wait for the board agenda to add the positions and to lift the hiring freeze in order for me to post the positions. So I think this will help a lot by replacing those positions, not the ones that were limited during the budget, that were laid off, but new positions, current positions that are being left empty. And so that puts a very difficult position, the departments to stop functioning. And so I think that will alleviate the issue. Thank you.
Cosmic, did you?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I do think procedurally, we probably would have to bring an item back to change the policy unless we add an urgency item, if there's justification for that.
I believe that with both items on the agenda, the board would have the discretion to make that decision today rather than bringing it back as a separate item. And for clarification, what the CEO is indicating is that this would be limited to any positions that were approved as part of the budget, and there is a vacancy subsequent to the adoption of the budget. So it would be filling a vacancy which has now occurred and for which the CEO believes that that position needs to be filled.
I'm curious, I mean, was that part of what we agreed on earlier? Or I thought we agreed as far as some of the vacancies we needed, but the positions that were.
So as you know, when the board adopted the budget, it also deleted a number of positions, and those positions remain unchanged. They've been deleted from the budget. However, those positions which existed at the time and were filled at the time the board adopted the budget, there have been a series of resignations or retirements in those existing positions for which the CEO believes they're mission critical. And she would like the discretion to be able to fill those existing positions. And again, there's no new or added cost to doing so because they were within the budget that the board adopted in October.
Correct. I just want to make sure, I'm trying to understand that the situation we have with the budget, those that we didn't fill, but the current employees, if somebody leaves, that's a position that was approved in the budget, shouldn't that already be part of the proceed to go ahead and just refill
The
that?
board adopted the hiring freeze.
Okay,
but
across the board.
Across the board, but at
Yes.
that time, the board did not delegate authority to fill any subsequent vacancies
That's what
in
I was looking for.
existing positions.
Thank you.
And I think it should also be noted that the CEO would otherwise have to come back to the board for authority to add a position that wasn't already within the approved budget. Because that would require additional funds that the board would have to appropriate.
Just goes back to, again, in this motion to approve these other items, do we add something onto that to allow her to have the authority?
So, yes, so the board would move to approve items 1.4 and 1.11, and going forward, would delegate authority to the CEO to fill any vacancies, 2 positions that were in the approved budget for fiscal year 25-26.
Before we continue though, can we do public comment on this before we get to the motions? Because we only took public comment on the items not pulled.
If you'd like to make a comment on items number 1.4 and 1.11, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. I have no public comment.
So I move to approve the staff recommendation.
I have still one more question.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on,
I
don't we
just
need a
need a-
second to continue the
I'll
conversation?
second it for that, yes. I just want to make sure, I don't recall whether we did this by resolution or whether this was something closed session. I don't recall specifically, but if it was by resolution, then I do believe we would have to bring up back an item.
It was simply done as minute action at the time that you adopted the
Okay.
budget.
Okay.
Okay, so we have there's no more comment. We have first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
4-0 vote, motion passes.
Great. Moving on from consent to public hearing, and this was the public hearing that will be continued off calendar. County Council has informed me that we will take public comment on the item, but only on the issue of the continuance of the item, not the item itself. So you can limit your public comment to the continuance of the item, if there is public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. In chambers, we have Seth Capron.
Thank you again, board. We all know, I think that vast majority of your constituents in San Benito County know that climate change is real and is a dire concern for our planet. And our national government has totally turned around and taken an aggressive or a significant step toward addressing it and turned it upside down, promoting coal plants. And this really puts the pressure on state and local government to take responsibility at this point. I know you guys don't have a lot of money to deal with right now, so you've got a lot of priorities, a lot of balls in the air, but I really encourage you to not continue this item indefinitely, to get a date on the calendar to address it. It doesn't commit you to anything, but we do need some vision and some leadership on this issue, and I think your constituents really want to see that. Thank you.
I have no other public comment.
Thank you. So at this point, County Council, is there any deliberation from the board at this point on this item since it was continued, or will this be dealt with in the future?
Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, the board may simply just vote to continue this off calendar, or the board may continue this to a date specific.
Thank you. Supervisor, have any recommendation then at this time? Sure.
I don't know that I have exactly a recommendation. However, I would say, I think it would be nice for the public as well as, some of us sitting up here to know kind of the reasonings behind why we are continuing this off calendar with a date not certain.
Yeah, I think it was a matter of I don't know, 6 months ago or so when we had this before and the board said, hold on, we can't handle this right now, budget issues and everything else. We pushed it off. And it just came to this meeting, and I think it was a matter of just the urgency items, too many items that we want to deal with first before we got to this. But we can definitely hear the item. I think it was a matter of, like I said, we had 6 regular items, and the board had already kind of said no to this, or at least hold off on this. So wanted to get the whole board's take on when we wanted to take this up again, rather than just feel like it was, hey, we said no, it's already back. So we wanted to get the whole board involved in that discussion.
Okay, thank you. I think, looks like the CEO has something she wants to say.
Yes, I just want to clarify a situation that we have with the planning department, and we're trying to prevent some of the projects to fall behind. The planning department currently has only Mr. Prado as a director and 1 more planner. We are having interviews this Friday for planners, and also to contract with consultant services so that we can continue providing the services that the county has to provide with the general public. And the reason this item has been continued is because we're trying to regain the staff that we need to be able to address those issues and meet the priorities of the county. And there are several projects, as you may know, and more to come. And so that's what we decided to continue the item. Not that we're not going to continue doing it, but at least to give me and the department at least 2 months or a month and a half to continue with the process. Maybe you want to schedule for the next 2 months or 3 months, it's up to you. But the reality is we're very short-staffed, and it will not be a service to the community, to those applicants that already have applications in place not to be addressed. And so that's what we delay in the process.
Okay, thank you. Then I would suggest, if it sounds like staff is asking for maybe 2 months, I think it might sit well better with the public, having a little bit more of rather than just being off calendar indefinitely. But hey, if it's, so like our last meeting in April, maybe this item comes back. I would just recommend, I think that might help the public a little bit know that it is coming back. And it buys our staff a little bit of time. So that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I concur with Supervisor Sotelo.
Issue with that?
I don't. It's just really staff letting us know when they're ready to start moving on. I know you're correct. It's, you mentioned there are staffing issues. We want to make sure whatever comes back, it's done right and correctly. So,
Theo, how does the April 28th sound as far as staff's ability?
That sounds about right. We're having interviews this Friday, and I'm having discussions with the potential consulting services. So hopefully we'll be able to catch up with every pending item and then start working on this, because this requires work from staff that we don't have right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think April sounds good.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up on that?
Yes.
You said it requires work from staff, but then I'm hearing implementation, obviously, as we know, is not required. So what work is
To
required by
continue
staff
with the
other than
hearing,
approved and just having it there, so when we're ready to implement, we have the resources, we potentially can. That's where I'm kind of lost on this. What work is required by staff?
I don't know if Abraham can elaborate about that, so he can give you a better picture of what work is required for now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yeah, so essentially, as was mentioned, it's not necessarily an item that we must implement, but it gives us the opportunity to be able to in the future potentially have apply for grants that where the agencies indicate that if your jurisdiction has an adopted roadmap, we are able to be able to apply for these grants, so we can be able to potentially bring these goals and policies and implement them in the future. So it would be essentially that we're if implemented, we would be actively looking at opportunities to be able to work to hopefully get those goals and policies implemented. So
I appreciate that. It sounds like this can be approved, and there are other priorities, I think with some of the policy amendments that we're going through with the general plan, There are obviously project applications, but this board's priorities, one of the main priorities this year is, even though it's not officially on the list, but continued from last year, is housing policy reform. So I just want to make it clear that there are other priorities. This can be approved while we bring on board the new staff, get them going on following through on the things that have already started. And then perhaps down the road, if and when we have resources, we can look at, because he's just talking about
Yes,
grant opportunities. That's not,
but
that's
that,
discretionary as well. So approving the plan itself doesn't necessarily mean we have to put resources toward it.
so if you allow me, Supervisor Kozmicki, the issue that I'm having is the following. If we adopt this today, the perception is you adopted this 2 months, 3 months ago, you haven't done anything. I don't know if that makes sense, because once that
Not
you
gonna
say, it's like
change 2
setting
months
the
from now, though.
clock.
That's not going to change 2 months
Yeah,
from now. though.
setting the
If-
clock is difficult for the staff because they start getting the pressure. And in the same way that today they are making comments about this not being approved, I completely understand. But on the other hand, you approve it and then the clock starts. 2 months later, we'll come back to the same table asking, where are you? It was approved 2 months ago. You see, so it's the
I
pressure
see
that puts in the
I-
staff.
So we're either going to be criticized for not approving the plan or not following through.
Exactly. Yes,
Doesn't matter
there's
to me.
either
I'd rather
way.
approve the plan, get it done with, move on.
I just want you to be aware of the perception and the consequences of approving
I'm
something.
not worried about
Yes.
that.
Thank you.
for sure.
Like you say, it's clearly about focus on staffing levels that we have right now. I think it's a good idea to bring it back in 2 months to have that discussion. And if we're ready, if you feel ready at that time, we can go for an approval. If not, let us know how much more time. You know, as with everything, we do it right or we shouldn't be doing it. Otherwise, we find ourselves cleaning up for years afterwards. So let's get it done right. And we all know there's quite a bit of work you've been going through trying to get this new housing element approved. And that's a lot of work and other projects that are on timestamps. So we need to make sure those are going through first. So I would say, let's give it a few months. As you recommended, I think April would be a good time period. Come back, tell us what you need, or if you're ready, and then we can go forward. So we're staying with the plan,
Yes.
in other words. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, do we need to take should we take a formal vote on that? Is there a motion then from supervisor to continue this, the second meeting in April?
I'll make a motion to continue this item to April 28th.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
4-0 vote, motion passes.
Great. All right, moving to regular agenda. Item 3.1, receive presentation regarding the status of the Riverview Park project and other county park projects. Steve Loop.
Chair, would it be okay if we took a really quick break? Apparently there's an issue with the sound on Zoom and YouTube that it's very low.
Sure,
we
let's
can do
take a
that.
short break.
Thank you.
Not yet, okay. You guys could hear them and they come. Awesome. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. What is that?
Okay, welcome back. We're going to continue with item 3.1 now.
All right. Good morning, Chair, Board, members of the public. Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. And we're going to talk about some good things that are occurring with our county park system. So we'll begin with Veterans Memorial Park. Some minor upgrades, but they are important. There's a small restroom near the picnic tables where we've previously installed a new roof and some partitions inside the restroom. And now we're just hoping to complete some repairs to a wall, add some lighting, and we have that contract currently under review with admin. And once the contract is approved, then we can proceed to complete those improvements. Larger project over at Veterans Park is resurfacing the entire parking lot, adding lighting, adding an area for food trucks, as well as providing some ADA access upgrades. Those design plans are actually complete, and we've been attempting, I don't know, for the past several months / year to just obtain the construction funding for that project. The cost for construction and construction management is approximately $1.3 million. And staff had a real good meeting with Supervisors Sotelo and Curro just a few weeks ago, and the CEO as well. And we kind of strategized for that project to move forward, as well as the next project, which is the Bertha Briggs building replacement. So for folks that aren't aware, the Bertha Briggs building was essentially donated to the county. It was used for quite a number of years, frequently by community members, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, all kinds of community groups. And there was a small fire that occurred at the building, and then a little bit of vandalism. And long story short, the building right now, it doesn't meet a lot of ADA compliance issues and needs some repairs. And so in discussion with the supervisors and CEO, there's thoughts that we could demolish that building and replace it with a larger building to the costs and do some parking lot improvements, ADA improvements. And so design, environmental, construction costs would be approximately $2.5 million. So again, we're looking towards perhaps securing some funding for that. We don't have the funding identified yet. And then again, on that same site visit, we toured the overall site. Veterans Park is the most utilized park by far in the county. And so I think the supervisors had some other ideas to possibly improve the area. The two projects that could happen quickly, in our humble opinion, one is the parking lot resurfacing that I just mentioned because the design plans are complete. And then to remove and replace the Bertha Briggs building, that could also happen pretty rapidly. It's not a super complicated project. We have not started it yet, but if some funding was identified, I think especially those two projects would be most welcome for Veterans Park. So we'll jump over to our historical park. A very small project, but it'll help both kind of the hearing impaired and some other folks obtain a sense of what's going on in the park. And that is, we've essentially reached out to multiple firms. We've set we've been coordinating with a contractor called Right Here. And essentially what we're hoping to do, to the cost of $4,000, is just install small beacons around the park, and you'd have your cell phone, and you actually essentially get an audio tour of the entire historical park. Anyone can do it, and it'll be free once those are installed. And the nice thing about that is you can actually update the tour verbally. Staff, the historical park staff would be the ones that would provide that context and the audio for that. But you can essentially update it as many times as you feel is appropriate during the year if you want to update the tour information. So that's a small project, but kind of a fun project going on in the historical park. A bigger project we've been working on with the State Water Board. So the Division of Drinking Water, perhaps a year or so ago, asked us to provide our park attendance numbers. And based on those numbers, we were directed by the State Water Board to obtain a water permit to be essentially a permitted water system for the historical park. And so we've proceeded through that process, and actually just, it was a week or two ago, we received the water permit from the State Water Board, which was a big hurdle. And in the permit, it noted that we'd have to install a new water meter, new backflow device, and make some small improvements to the pump house at the park. And those items are not contracted, but the permit says that we should implement those items. And so we'll have to work with county staff and create a contract to comply with the permit. And they're all good things. So it just makes the water system essentially safer and more foolproof, so that folks that are using the water have more access to it. And we actually don't know of any contaminants in the water today. We actually test the water every month, and it's good quality, but we're going to implement these procedures per the new permit that is required by the State Water Board. So one other project that's going to be located, if you drive into the park and you turn to the right, there's an area where there's a little playground. Our REACH community park group, they actually obtained a permit to the, a grant for $60,000. And I think it was over a year ago, we brought that item to the board where they needed to partner with us, because the project is essentially to install a shelter, some ADA upgrades to the parking nearby, some accessible paths for folks that might be in wheelchairs, some benches, new picnic tables. The project cost construction-wise approximately $100,000, maybe a little bit more. And so they reached out to the county, and we and the Board of Supervisors actually signed an MOU to partner with REACH on that project. And so they're now getting close to constructing the project, and they actually reached out to us about a week ago and even sent us an invoice. So it looks like that project could commence this summer, and we're partnering with REACH on that project. Sunnyside Park. So this park was probably designed at least over a year ago. The construction plans are finished. We really didn't have the overall funding for it at that time. A little bit of background. So there's two parks located, and I'll just describe them real quick. The main park is located at Sunnyside Estates, and backside of the subdivision. This is off Hospital Road near Southside Road. And there's a second park near Riverview Estates that's a little bit smaller. And those two neighborhoods, especially Riverview Estates, has been waiting for quite a long time just to have a park. But the way the park impact funds work, for those folks that don't know, is when someone builds a home, typically I'll just round off, about $5,000 is extracted or required on the building permit, and then that $5,000 is placed in a park impact fund for each home. And so typically a single subdivision, unless the applicant and the developer decide to build the park, there's typically not enough funding to construct the parks, and usually have to wait till a few neighborhoods adjacent to the area accumulate the funds in the park impact fund to build a park. And with Sunnyside Estates, the developer actually, in the development agreement, they were required to contribute at least $1 million, it might have been 1.1 million, of just impacts as part of their development agreement, because it was a large subdivision, and some of our larger subdivisions have development agreements. But of that, I think it was 1.1 million, either it was 900,000 or $1 million went to our affordable housing fund, and only $100,000 went to the park, which basically takes care of the design of the park, I guess. So staff reached out to the state. The state said, we'll give you $400,000 for your park. And the park itself, the two parks together, will cost about $1.8 million. So we're behind the scenes working on plans to just submit into our contract system for county council review, so that hopefully it could go out to bid maybe in the second meeting of March. So I'm working with a consultant to just get that package so we can submit it and hopefully go out to bid, and then theoretically be constructed starting this summer. So that's Sunnyside Park. San Juan Oaks. So if you're not familiar with San Juan Oaks, if you're driving on Union Road out towards Highway 156, there's a roadway and a signal. And if you were to head west, you would drive into the San Juan Oaks development. That development, and this is many, many years ago, we're required to essentially build 2 parks, a bit quicker, and donate them to the county. So the first park, when you're driving in, you'll just go maybe 1/10 of a mile. On the right-hand side, there'll be a parking lot. You park your cars. There's going to be a little asphalt path and decomposed granite. And essentially could be used for pop-ups on the weekend, arts and crafts fair, you know, a little, perhaps, you know, food options and things. And there's also, it doesn't show on this image, but there's actually a little trail that goes around Olive Park. There's actually an active olive orchard, which, believe it or not, we're going to be acquiring courtesy of the project. But at some point, the county will have an olive orchard as well. And so the main goal of the project is really just to provide some picnic areas, a little walking path. The main park that's being built by the project for the county is what they're calling the community dog park. There's actually in the upper right-hand corner, which is technically on the south side, there's a small dog park, then there's a large dog park. There is a picnic area, community garden, and both of these parks are due to be completed this May. And construction cost to the county is $0. So the way it works, just for folks that might be curious, the parks will be donated to us. The property owners every year are being assessed a property tax, and part of that goes to the CFD district, which we'll talk about a little bit later in the meeting today. But so the CFDs for San Juan Oaks, there's a CFD fund, and so our CFD team will, as they do with our other parks like Santana Ranch, they coordinate with subcontractors, and they say, you know, they kind of put out a bid and they say, how much does it cost to maintain these parks? And we basically subcontract it out to folks that will perform that task. And so that's how the maintenance of the park, at least for the CFDs, operate. There is, with the Parks and Rec Commission, there's a wayfinding signage ad hoc. I don't know if they'll be reaching out to folks, the five of you, when Supervisor Crow's back, to see if you want to be on the ad hoc. But one of the aspects of the park is there's going to be some wayfinding signage that might talk about the history of the area and the culture of the area. And so either Ms. Miller or Ms. Spandry might reach out to some folks here and ask if you want to be on that ad hoc for the wayfinding signage. Sure.
Steve, in regarding the interpretive signing, is that all paid for, or are we going to need to come up with money for that?
Nope. The former. It's already part of the park that will be donated to us.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Regional Park. I'll just go through this real quick. I know we have a lot of items on the agenda and get to some of the important aspects of our regional park, which is located south of the high school. So back in 2016, we completed an EIR. 2021, we received a park grant, courtesy of Robert Rivas and his team for $750,000. That grant expires in June of 2028. We actually went out to construction for phase 1 of the park, the parking lot, which has approximately 90 parking stalls. Received some low bids and put that on pause because our environmental team said we had to do additional studies to even build that parking lot because it's part of the overall park. And so we never actually signed the contract with the contractor, which will be important in a moment. But then July 2022, we actually reached out to the state again and said, we want to build the overall park, please, if you can help provide some funding. And we were fortunate because there wasn't a lot of grants that were given out that year, but the county received $2.4 million for the larger park, which we're calling phase 2. That also grant expires in June of 2028. We're currently at the 90% design phase, and we want to transition into the final design and bid package phase of the park. Phase 3, which we don't have funding for, I'll talk about in a moment, will be put on hold. But environmental permits, and this is kind of important, environmental permits need to be obtained for the entire project at once. overall, I'll talk about that in a little more detail in a moment. And one of the permits that has kind of held us up on this project is California Tiger Salamander permit with Fish and Wildlife. And so, working with folks in this room, some folks outside of the room, working with CDFW, the original permit for the potential salamanders at the site was going to cost the county $2.2 million. However, the very good news, and this is even lower, a lower number than the last time we met a couple months ago, but CDFW has worked with county staff, maybe even other folks, perhaps even political folks, and they've come up with a solution to bring that permit down to $160,000 with the caveat that it includes one take of a potential California salamander, which means the project could accidentally take the life of one salamander. We haven't seen any salamanders there, but the permit includes, for $160,000, that also includes the potential take of one salamander. And that's how we were able to bring the cost down from 2.2 million all the way down to 160,000. If more than one take occurs, there would just be additional measures of monitoring and testing and people on the site looking and making sure we're being as careful as we can. But that's very, very good news for the park. Next steps. So if the board approves an amendment today and provides direction regarding a contract addendum, which I'll talk about in a moment, that will allow the design team to complete tasks required to complete the phase 2 bid package. And this bid package is separate from the parking lot. And acquire final environmental permits. The amendment is, 2/3 of the amendment actually pertains to environmental permits. That there's a bunch, not just California's tiger salamander. There's quite a few that we're having to work on because we live in the state of California. Create a bid package for phase 2. And this is something that came up just very recently, but the contractor that was the low bidder for phase 1, the parking lot, that company no longer exists. And so talking with the design team, staff and the design team thinks it would be more efficient and provide a lower overall cost if we combine the parking lot with the phase 2 plans so that the initial phase of construction would be the parking lot and the overall park. If you've ever been in construction projects where there's multiple contractors doing multiple things, logistically, it's not only confusing, but a lot of times there's delays and things happen that could be avoided if that parking lot phase 1 is combined with the design documents of phase 2. So we think overall it would be a cost savings because you have one contractor mobilizing, controlling the site, working as efficiently as possible versus 2 contractors that could be working at the same time. So beyond that, we'll continue to apply for grants to complete the remaining phases, phase 3, and I'll get even a little bit more detailed. So for the consideration of the board, I talked about the contractor that was the low bidder that does not exist. So we've reached out to the design team to combine phase 1 and phase 2. It would cost approximately $35,000. This would be a separate amendment that's not being considered today because we want the board's input. And then there's bathrooms and there's some other things that we're looking at to design to kind of reduce the cost of just the overall construction for phase 1 and phase 2. And some of the ideas that we've talked about, or one of the primary ones, is to remove the sanitary sewer design. Currently, the design for sanitary sewer is we have a pump station. It lifts up the sewage from the restrooms and it pumps it out to River Parkway and then over to San Benito Street. If you remove that entire system and put what they call in vault bathrooms, and we'll talk about this in a minute, the vault bathrooms, essentially you pump out the sewage from a tank at the vault bathroom. So there's no underground piping system. The reason why that's important is between the on-site and off-site sanitary sewer pipe, it could save probably close to $600,000 of construction savings if you convert to the vault restrooms. Because overall, for the initial phase of the park, our goal is hopefully to bring the scope down to about $6 million. You could spend 3 times that if we had the money, and there was some grant that had actually been awarded previously that we applied for. We actually applied for a $12 million grant about a year and a half ago that was not awarded, I'm not sure, to anybody at all. I think the program just stopped. But long story short, we have about $6 million. We're trying to be as efficient as possible. And so something to consider is the restrooms. And should we, and I'll talk more about that in a moment, should we switch from having a piping system to restrooms that are called vault restrooms, and you just essentially pump them out once a month, and there's obviously maintenance costs with that. The other thing we've talked about, because this is a pretty complicated project, and as a contract amendment for bid phase services and engineering services during construction, we received a price from that team who has a construction management team. Although, to be clear, this is engineering and design support services during the bid phases, and to be essentially managing meetings and things like that. It's not construction management of the site. So we received a cost of $195,000 for that. And then in addition to this, like I said, that's all the on-site things that are happening. Off-site, another one of our consultants, Kinley Horn, has been working with us previously to bring water to the site, put some lighting on River Parkway, and recently, for coordination with the high school, they'll be giving us an amendment, which we've talked about with staff and county council, for a pedestrian crossing, one pedestrian crossing, as well as doing some striping improvements and three-way stop sign over Nash Road, and essentially the EIR mitigations that are required for the site. And so I'm meeting with them on Thursday to see an amendment to that cost. They're already working on some of the offsites, the water, some lighting, but we have to implement some newer features, I'll say, that are required for the project. And overall, we used to have a capital project manager. That position was eliminated. And with these parks and some of the other things going on in other parks, I think at some point maybe the board and folks in this room should consider onboarding a project manager to just manage the park projects. And that also could kind of reduce the cost of item number 4. So that's quite a bit, but I will pause there for questions and comments. So.
Thank you. Can we go to public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. On Zoom, Valerie, you've been unmuted. Please, you have 3 minutes. Valerie, you need to unmute yourself. Valerie, you're still muted. If you're on your phone, you can press *9.
Does that help?
Okay.
Did that work?
Yes.
That work? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, this new TriStar, whatever, the recording system and Zoom is.
Hold on.
It's not really working. It's very loud and unclear. Is there anything you can do to try to maybe fix that problem? I'm not sure exactly what the issue is, but it's hard to understand you. Try again and see if it's better.
Valerie, try unmuting yourself.
Unmute. Better?
Yes,
better. Much better. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you. It's so exciting to see that the River Regional Park is getting coordinated and moving forward along with the historical park. It's unbelievable the amount of difficulty that has arisen over these parks. And people are waiting You know, the only thing we've got are some paths down there, and thank God, people are using them every day. Families are down there every day, morning till night. So, congratulations, Mr. Loop, for getting through all of these programs for us. We look forward to working with the county further with the historical park. And anyway, congratulations. Let's get it moving. Thank you.
I have no other comments.
Okay. Supervisors, start with comments, questions? First,
Sure.
President Mickey.
Steve, how much money's in the Park Impact Fund now?
6 million. I'm rounding, it's about 6 million.
And how much does the regional park total cost?
The regional park is, we have, I'm just, I guess, sorry, 2.4 million in the grant, 700,000 in the grant. And we're going to need, with the consultant fees and whatnot, another 4 million of that. So it's 5.1 total. 3, 4, 6, 7.1 total is going to the regional park, and 4 million of it will be from the Park Impact Fund.
Okay. So obviously, you know, I asked that because we, you know, it might sound like a lot of money, but it's not, you know, when you take the regional park out of it. And so I do have concerns about making sure that we focus our limited dollars and not try to spread our priorities too thin, because, you know, what I've learned in my 5+ years on this board is that if we try to do too much, we get nothing done. And so for me, I know there's some essential, I want to talk about the Vets Park and maybe some revenue issues there that I see, because there's a lot of usage at that park. But I would like to see, like, we've committed to this regional park, and I want to make sure that we get that thing done before we start trying to spread our wings too far and talking about the Sunnyside Park. And it's just a lot of money going toward different parks right now that at some point we're not going to have any money left. And so I'd like to see, let's get this regional park thing done and moving, because it's just tiresome. You know, I got on the board, we approved this thing 5 years ago, and we're still here and we haven't started it. And I know we've had complications with Caltrans. The parking lot, I'm curious as to why we never moved on the parking lot. Is that just some logistical thing where because now there's no contractor, it sounds like the bid, and eventually businesses end. So 5 years is a long time and the business went away. So was there a logistical reason for why we didn't move on the parking lot?
Yeah, so when I first jumped on board, I was under the impression with actually my supervisor that we could build the parking lot and not, that it was essentially autonomous from the park itself. And because it was tied to what we thought was the trail and providing ADA access to trail, parking for the trail that it exists today. And so we went forward, we did the construction docs, this and that. And so then when, at the same time we were engaging environmental consultants for the overall park, they said, well, yeah, you know, that's a separate use, but because it's described and included in your EIR, it's now essentially part of your overall park, and the parking would be used for the overall park. And since we hadn't obtained the environmental permits required for the overall park, that's what paused that construction essentially. So.
Okay. And then I agree with the project manager's suggestion. It just has to happen. We have limited staffing here. And I don't want to be a broken record here, but we got to start knocking these projects out. I'm just personally exhausted by committing to things and not getting them done. So I'm fully supportive of a project manager, whether it's for all the park projects or the regional park in particular. Go ahead, CU.
Yes, I have a quick question. Maybe I misunderstood that, so I just want clarification. So the total project is estimated at $7.1 million. But you're saying we're missing $4 million because we only have in grants, 2 grants, one for $2.4 million and another one for $700,000. That gives you $3.1 million. So we short $4 million?
No, the Park Impact Fund currently currently has $6 million. So 4 million of that 6 million would
So
be
we'll
for the
have to
park.
use part of that funding for this project to be completed.
Correct.
What were those estimates amount? Because the way that I see it, if you had a bid in 2022 for the parking lot, but that's our old price, that's not longer there. So the price on that bid is not realistic of today, so it's 4 years now. So are these current numbers, or these numbers are from projected numbers from 2-3 years ago?
So the parking lot 3 years ago that we received a bid on was 1.1 million. And so that's the only official bid we have. We just have current construction cost estimates from the designers on the overall park, their current estimates. And one of the challenges for that team is to, just build, and I'm going to round off for the overall park, $6 million. So let's just whole numbers. Let's just say that the parking lot's $1 million and the overall park is $6 million. Then those are current numbers, I guess, to answer your question for the overall park.
You just said that it was 3 years ago that you had $1.1 million for
Correct.
the parking lot.
Correct.
And I know for sure 3 years ago, that number is not accurate. It'll be maybe like $1.5 million today. That's
It could
the
be.
reality.
It could be.
So I just want to make sure that the board understands the following. The estimated $7.1 million is not realistic. It could be more, and I don't want to subject this project to limit this project to $7 million as stated today, because those may not be realistic numbers. I'm okay moving forward, but with the understanding this is not a set amount of funding.
And CEO, if I may, that's why we got to get this thing moving. The dollars are always going to keep going up, and it's 5 years later, which is, you can sense the frustration because I'm the one that's been on the board since when this started, and we haven't done almost anything on this park. We did a whole celebration 5 years ago. It's just absurd. The parking lot being $1.whatever million to me also, I've said this publicly, is absurd as well. Put gravel down there. I don't personally care. I don't think we need to spend $1.5 million on a parking lot. That seems like a ridiculous number, and I'm tired of this we live in California thing that I often say as well. But we got to start thinking differently. $1.5 million on a parking lot? That's crazy. So if we can just do a simple parking lot and not do a fancy parking lot that costs as much as a mansion, then, let's do that. As far as, I'm glad to hear about the salamander costs coming down. Thank you to everybody involved. Thank you to the board for, really pushing that. I do think it's sad to hear that if one salamander is found, beyond one, if one plus one, two salamanders are found, then it's going to cost a bunch of money. That's crazy. I would ask that whatever we can do to not publicize that, I would appreciate media and everybody else, because they're putting thoughts in people's heads. I don't even want to say it further, but you could really cause a lot of problems there. And then I do support combining, because we're at where we're at right now, it just seems to make sense to combine the phases. Let's just get this thing moving. And then as far as other parks, Veterans Memorial Park, that's a bigger conversation that we just, we've got to start to have some serious, difficult, maybe even conversations about that park. And, it's widely used by a lot of different groups in the community. I'd like to get a report of some kind relatively soon on the amount of revenue that we create for Veterans Memorial Park and how much we're subsidizing that park on an annual basis based on just all the costs that go involved with, I'm as much of an advocate for youth sports, youth activities as anybody, but we also have to be realistic that we just simply can't afford this park. And the way things are going, we've got to start to find if we're going to keep this park and the county's going to run a park that's right smack in the middle of the city of Hollister and essentially functions as a city park, that we're going to have to find stable revenue generation mechanisms for this park. And I would throw out what I've already brought up, which I would request it come back to the agenda as soon as well, which is a future item I suggested and recommended several years ago as well, which is the creating a park sponsorship program to allow people, corporations, nonprofits, groups to sponsor park equipment. It's done in other communities, so we can start to create at least some revenue to pay for the maintenance of these parks. as well as just I'd like to get that report on, who's using Veterans Memorial Park, how much revenue is being generated, how much are groups being charged, all that sort of stuff. And not to say that we should increase fees or do anything. I just think we need that information before we start talking about how much money we're putting into that park. Because again, at some point that park is, this county is just, if drastic changes aren't made, we're just not going to be able to afford it. So do we want that park down the road? Of course we want that park because it's a central part of our community. It's essential. But we've got to find a way to start funding that park. And then you mentioned, I just on that revenue theme as well, the $5,000 per home. Again, I'd like to, I think we should probably have some sort of a workshop or something at some point because we've, almost a year ago, I would say, I know right when you came on board, CEO, we talked about we've really got to start brainstorming all these areas where the fees and everything that creating revenue, and in particular, we talked about development impact fees, and we still haven't. I'd like to get moving on that as well. And $5,000 per home just doesn't seem like it's adequate. And I don't mean to sound, it's not an anti-housing thing. It just doesn't seem to be adequate. If you build a 1,000-unit subdivision, which is enormous, that's $500,000. $5 million. But still, I would just, I don't think that's enough considering a parking lot's costing us $1.5 million, for these parks. So I would like to look at that. And then on top of that, I would just say, I mentioned to CEO, along those lines of how we're maintaining all these parks, which we just don't have the resources to do. I was at Santana Ranch Park about a month ago and the bathrooms were unusable. I'll just leave it at that. And I had my kid there and I had to call the CEO and say, hey, how are we maintaining these parks? People literally are walking into this bathroom and they're walking right out because I, again, don't want to go into details. But we don't seem to have the resources to be maintaining these parks again. So I just come back to revenue generation on specifically for parks, park sponsorship program, taking a look at the revenue structure, and finding a way. We just got to start generating more revenue because this is going into a place where we're just not going to be able to afford a lot of this stuff. And adding on additional parks like Sunnyside Park, it's, to me, I get concerned when I see the potential costs that come with that as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Stella.
Thank you. First of all, Steve, thank you for all your hard work on this. I know this is going to be Steve's last meeting, and so I appreciate all the updates. And I'm very hopeful that all of these are going to continue moving forward in light of you not being here. And so I really appreciate all the hard work that you've done on all of these parks. It's no easy task, and I know that it's frustrating for you, us, the community, everybody. We want it all now. But some of these delays have been not to any one person's fault. And so I am really excited about the regional park that is in my district. And I think it's incredibly important that that park gets done. I think right now we do have the funding. We should be moving forward. There may be some changes depending on current construction rates, et cetera, that come back. But I believe wholeheartedly we need to move forward. And I understand what Supervisor Kosmicki is saying with kind of the focus, and I get it. However, I'm going to look at this a little bit differently. I feel like all of these parks are incredibly important. And I think we're very close on some of them. And some of these parks, I know Supervisor Curro is not here, but I can tell you I have been with her, and people are very, very concerned about the delay with Sunnyside Park. And so I would hate to put that on pause. Again, we're right there. We made a commitment and we need to get this park done. With Vets Park, I have spent so much time at Vets Park as a mom and continue to be out there multiple times a week. The softball season is just getting started. This park is incredibly important to this community. And while I think we can visit ideas about revenue generation, et cetera. I really don't want to put that on the backs of the community members, the youth, the leagues that are utilizing those parks. There is not a lot for kids to do in our community. And I really think we need to start thinking about the future generations of this community. And so while I agree we have to figure out how we're going to be able to fund this, I don't want to fund it on the backs of the kids using these parks. With Vets Park, one of the things that I would suggest, and I don't know how you all feel about it, but a lot of Vets Park is shovel ready. It's ready to go. The plans are in place. Everything is there. I would suggest that we have been told numerous times to submit shovel-ready projects to some of our representatives in Sacramento. This is a perfect opportunity. Let's take this opportunity and let's do something for our community. If we got Bertha Briggs up and redone, because it really at this point needs to be just completely demolished and built back up, and it is a heavy price tag. But I think there's opportunity for possibly revenue generation for people renting. There's not a lot of places in San Benito County and Hollister for people to rent facilities to have birthday parties, celebrations, whatever it is. And so I really would like to suggest that we consider Vets Park and all of the things. So I think that was the lighting, the asphalt, the Bertha Briggs building. I would include the bathroom lighting across the street. Anything that we have for Vets Park that is shovel ready and ready to go. Let's put a shovel ready ask. Please, we need this for our community. Our youth needs this, and our families need this. You drive past Vets Park any given day, and especially on the weekends, you'll see both sides of Memorial Drive full. It is very, very utilized. It is a special, special place in our community, and I want to do everything that we can to preserve that and make it better. I agree. I would be, depending on how it all looks, I think there's an opportunity for maybe a roads manager and a parks manager to really see these projects through. There's a lot to be done. And I love the idea of a possible park sponsorship program. I've had individuals in the community call me and ask, hey, we'd like to do something. What could we do? And I think that might be a perfect opportunity to be able to say, well, here you go. Here's a sponsorship. Pick what you'd like to do and give back for this community. But I think at Vets Park, we have some serious safety concerns and liability concerns for the park if we do nothing. So I think it's imperative that we move forward. We at least do an ask. We could be told no. But I think it's important that we ask, and I think it shows true leadership on our part going out and asking. As far as the parking lot at Riverview Regional Park, I'm a little bit concerned. I agree the price is crazy, but I'm concerned about doing just a gravel parking lot. I think the whole point of having this parking lot is that it's ADA. We want this park to be accessible to everyone in our community. And so I think that while it is a lot, I think we've got kind of we need to do the right thing. And that being said, the bathrooms, I would like to, I'm not ready to make a decision, which I know you're not asking us to today. The whole underground hole sounds disgusting to me. But I would like to do a little bit more research on that and see maybe the difference, maybe visit some parks that have both and see, obviously outside of our community. But I don't, I know there's a huge savings of $550,000, but in the long term, are we creating a bigger maintenance issue? I'm a big believer in kind of doing things right the first time. And so I would like more time to evaluate that, but I wholeheartedly believe we should be moving forward. I'm supportive of the amendment that's being brought forward to us today. And again, I just really, really appreciate all your time and effort, Steve. And it's been a pleasure to work with you. So thank you.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Few things. So going back, start with Vets Park. I know we had, I see some people from the city here. Years back, we had a conversation at the city, between the city and the county, talking about a partnership with Vets Park back then. And there was, at that time, a no-go attitude towards it. I'm hearing something different now, which I think is great, because Vets Park is, as you're pointing out, you go there quite a bit, Supervisor Teller, it really is a focus point for the community. And the experts we brought in at the time pointed out this is a great location for a competition type park where you could really bring teams from all over the place to come compete with our locals. And I think it's important to have that conversation again with the city and county. It is in the heart of the city. And I think if we're applying for grants together as a community, we're going to win more of those grants because it's, as you said, shovel ready to go. So I think that conversation needs to happen again. There are improvements that need to be taking place there. We all know that. Sooner the better. Historical Park, I love the audio tour. I think those are great. Every time I go somewhere, I can do an audio tour, especially when the historic. That's a no-brainer. Let's get that done. The water system, yeah. I mean, might as well take care of something like that now. Now, when we go to the Sunnyside Park, it's frustrating, again, that a development went through. Yes, they kicked in some money, but it never covers true cost. And I know we're working on it now for future projects that they have to build a park. They have to maintain it. We should never put ourselves in these types of situations, but I'm not going to spend hours talking about that today. I'm going to go to the regional park because I think that's an important park. And I think it needs to get done. You talked about combining phase 1 and 2, but be permit approved for phase 1, 2, and 3. Is that what you said all?
So the environmental permits will cover the entire park in a good way. So that if by some chance outside sources were obtained to give us another, whatever it is, $15 million, $10 million, whatever is decided to be built, that'd be great. But essentially phase 1 and phase 2, I think we recommend combining those designs into a single package to be put out to bid, to have a single contractor bid on that package. Does that answer the question?
It does. I just want to make sure, the idea in the past, phase 1, parking lot, phase 2, we need to get, 1 and 2 have to go together now. There's absolutely no question because we need to get it open and available to the public. It, of course, is frustrating that so much of this was held up because of the salamander issue and the costs associated with it, but we're past that now. So we have to start moving on how we can do this, still save some money, but still give a quality park for the entire community. The vault idea for the bathrooms, you're not talking about pits. You're talking about a vault. It's basically a holding tank.
It's a holding tank, that's correct.
That it's not like when you go to a national park and you walk into one, you walk right back out because it just, you can't stand it. But of course, the design would be so later on it could be connected to a system if it needed to be pumped out.
That's a great point. Currently, the design is for a standard pump sewer system with piping, and perhaps to save money, the design team could stub out some of those utilities for the future. I think that'd have to be decided early on because I don't know if the vault systems accommodate sewer lines. So in other words, maybe when the site's constructed, there's sewer piping that, that could be utilized to convert. So long story short, we'd have to make a decision early on.
Right, you have to give it a big enough gap so it can be intercepted between. So that's kind of what I'm getting to. And I don't know the story behind septic. Why is septic not a conversation on this
For this,
for the bathrooms?
well, no, that's what we're talking about, just the sanitary sewer. There'll be water brought type, but for the sanitary sewer,
I
it's
thought you said you were pumping up to the main.
yeah,
sewer line.
because
So you're not
vertically
using-
we're too low, so we have to put it into a lift station, pump station,
Right.
and pump it up into, so that it becomes gravity when it gets into River Parkway.
But I'm talking about why not use the septic system at level?
That's correct. In order for the park to function, you're going to need a pump for the pipes, period. Just because vertically, when you're at the park, there's a plateau and you drop down 10, 15 feet, and it's just lower than the rest of the world. So you're going to have to pump the sewer back up into the existing system.
And stormwater, how's that being handled from the parking lot?
So the parking lot actually has gravel and things and kind of a cool grid system for the parking lot. It actually percolates through the parking lot. For the overall site, there's just, I'll call it a rural perk storm drain
Yeah,
system.
I think just parking lot area. What type of surface are we talking about there?
So believe it or not, currently the ADA stalls are hard pavement, just because they're ADA stalls. And the rest of the park, the way we designed it was, it's this hard plastic grid with gravel. So we tried to minimize the cost, and it just percolates through the surface. So.
Yeah, I've seen that, and that's what I was going to recommend. If we can use that type of system, but harder surface where the
For the
handicap
ADA.
ADA,
That's correct.
that kind of helps both sides. So that makes it, I'm definitely in favor of something like that. So I do agree too. I think we do have to focus, or we're not going to get anything done. We're going to be part here and part there. So I would like to see that focus on the regional park to move that as quickly as possible. Not to say we're not going to do anything else anywhere, but I think we as a board have to focus in. We all seen this year alone what happens when we're scattered. And I think we've been successful this year by focusing in our efforts. So I'd like to have those conversations as quickly as possible in the River Regional Parkway, and then start having conversations with the city if possible to start talking about Vets Park and what we can do in partnership. And I do agree the sponsorships from some of our businesses will help with the maintenance costs. It won't cover construction costs, but it helps maintain. So, and we can get a draft a letter asking for help as a partnership between the city and the county for Vets Parks to do not only the improvements we're talking about, but maybe a bigger project in the future.
You have something
Yeah,
else?
just to follow, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up, I agree with Supervisor Sotelo on that maybe since if we do have shovel ready, then we should be using those in our advocacy with our representatives. I think we've seen that they're more than enthusiastic to, push for park improvements as they've done with the regional park. I also agree with Supervisor Velasquez about the city partnership. I've said it over and over again. I mean, in an ideal world, when Vets Park was built, it was in the county, and now it's right smack in the middle of the city, and it's basically used as what would be a traditional city park. I know the city has financial issues like we do, or else we could maybe be talking about a bigger step here, but partnership, is there a JPA possibility, something at the very least so that we can show that unity when we go to the feds and the state to try to get money that the city and the county, if we can get the city behind that, that would certainly benefit city residents to a great extent. The last thing I wanted to add was the other thought that I had as far as revenue generation was Veterans Park is really, we could get a lot more creative with Veterans Park as a community asset. And I think from an event perspective, and, Veterans Park really, because it's at the center of our community, can really become more of an event-oriented facility, not just sports and the youth activities that are there, but also broader community events. I've always said that one thing we don't do well in this community enough is push events and try more events, themed events, food events, different things of that nature. And so we have the asset. To me, as far as a revenue generation plan, I would suggest really seriously looking at how we can create more of an outlet for events. And I would say also some sort of food truck themed concert nights, things like that, where we utilize that space and create revenue. I just think all those sorts of things should be on the table. I agree not to put it on the backs of our residents who use that park. My only point is that we need more information as to where are the shortfalls here with this particular park and how can we create revenue to make it sustain itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you clarify for me what you are asking or meaning when you are saying county and city conversations regarding Vets Park? What are you thinking? Are you going down the path of asking the city potentially to take over Vets Park? Is that kind of the solution? Because I just want to be clear in what the thought is, because right now, both the county and the city are utilizing that park, right? The city actually has rights to both the large softball field and the small softball field, and they maintain some of the utilities out there. They are charging people to use those fields. So I feel like we already have a partnership. We have had a partnership for a really, really long time. But not only with the city and the county being partners out there, this is a perfect opportunity for us. If we're going to go and ask for grants, we've got Babe Ruth out there. We have Hollister Heat. We have the Tremors. We have Hollister Little League. We have the county and we have the city. We've got 6 amazing, long-standing partners that impact thousands of our residents that I feel like I don't know what more we want. And if we're looking to the city to be, hey, city, we need some help and give us some funding, I just don't see them doing it. And I want to say, I've been told, and I don't know if this is true or not, when that park was originally, or that land was originally gifted to the county or the veterans, I'm not sure exactly how it all worked, but that we do not have the ability to give it to somebody else. Am I understanding that correctly? Has anybody else heard that? Because I think it's important that we understand exactly what we're dealing with. We need to know, rather than just having these conversations about, I don't know if it's even a possibility. I've heard that it was not a possibility, but I don't know if that's true or not.
I think that's a really good question, maybe for county council. I know some admin staff, they've researched the original documents that you just referenced. That was a while ago, so I would defer to admin and county staff to, kind of research that issue, because you might be right. I've heard the same thing, but
yeah,
they
it
should
doesn't mean it's
research it.
right. It's just what I've heard.
Yeah, so let admin and county council research that and provide some input. But
I would also say that this might have to be a separate item, just the Vets Park alone, if we're going to have an in-depth discussion with the city and everything, because it feels like we could talk about Vets Park alone for the next hour or two. So we might have to just put
100%.
that to a separate item in the future rather than go back.
Well, I just want to be clear, though, what we're talking about
Right.
when we're talking about, punting it down to like, let's have these future conversations, if you don't mind giving me a little bit of clarity on that.
Absolutely. And I was involved in this years ago because we were looking at how do we work together with the county, JPA or something, to combine the forces of the city and county to say to the state, hey, we really need your help. Feds, we really need your help. And together, here's what we're doing for our community, because it's right in the middle of the city, but it affects our county residents. That part was very important to get more grants. Not looking in any way to say, here, city, you take over, you have more money. That's not going to work.
So kind of
either.
solidifying what we already have, just figuring out
We
the
need it,
narrative so that we do
exactly,
better asks.
And then a better plan. And one thing that was mentioned over and over at that time was by the people that came in, analyzed it, was you guys really have something good here, but you have to reorganize how you're shaping the fields, because you could have a lot of competition, travel teams coming through this area and really enhance that economic.
There's a
part of
lot
this.
of money to be made with these travel teams. And we travel to Salinas quite frequently to play, and we're there all weekend long spending our dollars. So
And all
yes, you're
travel
right.
parents, they know this. You're right. This is a very long, big conversation. It's just, my point is, let's open it up for bigger conversations. That doesn't mean we're dealing with the things you're talking about right here today. It just means it should be an item that we're all looking towards together.
I
as
appreciate
partners.
the
Yeah.
clarification. Thank you so much. So I would recommend, because I don't want to lose the momentum regarding the park sponsorship program.
Well, if I can, I have a couple questions actually first. I haven't a chance. to
Okay,
ask some
well, I just want to recommend on that, just that we would give that to the Parks and Rec Commission to start coming up with a plan, give them something to possibly do? I see you shaking your
Yeah,
head.
I think they've already talked about it and never, as far as, somebody can enlighten me, but I thought they talked about it at some point and it just hasn't.
I
come
have
to
no
the board.
idea.
Are we talking about specifically the park
Sponsorship program.
Yeah,
that I
admin,
recommended.
about a year ago, we actually came up with a draft policy. Gracie helped us. So the draft has been creative. That's what we're.
Okay, that'd be great to have that to the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can maybe get that to come back.
Level and
And factual history.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, so that was it. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, so quick questions. I'm going to be really short here. Just going back to San Juan Oaks, did I understand correctly? So the county's going to be doing the, I guess, olive farming out there now? We're getting the orchard. Is that the deal?
I'll take one step back because I think some of the ideas here are excellent to have a parks project manager, and whether that's Vets Park, Regional Park, the Olive Orchard, I think you need a staff person to discuss with the supervisors, with admin, how you want to address the olive orchard that will be donated to us. The easy answer is it's actively farmed. The current owners lease it to the farmers. They provide revenue, and that could be the status quo moving forward, but that has not been decided or discussed yet. So
Okay. Well, then, yeah, in that case, yeah, I'm all for the park project manager position. I think that makes sense. The Riverview Park, so I'm also supportive of combining phase 1 and 2. If we do that, you probably mentioned it, but I may have missed it. The actual timeline for breaking ground, like on the parking lot, pouring the asphalt and whatnot, what are we looking at for that?
So to combine the two, the bid package should be going out this summer. Technically, if we wanted to, well, we'll keep it simple. Yeah, and then I think the overall park, the last estimate I heard was 16 months. And the parking lot, you could build by itself, I don't know, in 4 or 5 months. But to answer your question, go out to bid this summer, and then last time I saw was 16 months for the overall park. So.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm in alignment with everyone else. We want to get moving on as fast as possible. It's great. We got the salamander money down now. So it's $160K, and we're allowed to kill 1 salamander. That's the deal.
We're not killing any salamanders, just to make.
I'm just joking. I'm joking a little bit because it sounded fun. That's all.
We're saving them all.
Joke. No, we're not going to kill any, of course.
We will take
aren't. I'm
avoidance
serious about that.
measures to not allow that to happen. So.
Yes, good. But that is a big improvement because it was 2.2 million originally, so that's huge. That's enormous for the park. So I'm supportive of sending the letter to the state reps. Anything that I'll send 100 letters if we can. Anything that we're ready for, I think we should send a letter, tell them we're ready and that we could use some help on things. So I'm all for that. The park sponsorship, we can bring that back if it's ready to go. We'll try to bring that back as soon as possible. And then I think, I think it'd be prudent to just have a future item on Vets Park. We can discuss everything, leave it open, and we can discuss what any kind of further partnership with the city would look like at that point. So I think that's everything I had. Supervisor,
Yeah, I just want to add the
anything else to bring
position
up?
part. I just want to clarify, I would recommend looking at both consultant and paid because I don't necessarily think this is a permanent, I think this is a great spot to use a consultant because we have temporary projects that we're working on that we're trying to slam out. And I don't necessarily think a full-time expensive position is the way to go on that, unless you maybe combine it with the road thing, but I don't think that necessarily works because those aren't the same. So I would look at consultants for both personally. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Before we go to a vote of anything, I just want to just stress the importance of the timeliness of an ask for Vets Park. I don't think we have a lot of time. And so I think that we, of course, can continue all of these conversations, but I don't want to miss out on an opportunity to submit a shovel-ready project that possibly, maybe could be funded. But if we delay, that ship may sail. And so I just really, really want to emphasize we can continue all the conversations, et cetera, but getting an ask. I mean, even if we, the parking lot, and when we talk about events, there have been some events there that, and I think there's a potential for more, but some of the people have stopped having events there because of the condition of the pavement of that parking lot at Vets Park. And so if we could possibly get the Vets Park lighting and pavement done and the Bertha Briggs, we could still have these conversations with the city, with all of the partners, but I think it shows that we are actively and aggressively going after potentially some funds. And so we've only got a short window that I think we can ask, and I think now is the prime time. So again, I think it's great, a future item, but I just want to emphasize how critically important it is that we do a letter for this shovel-ready project right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would agree with that also, to just request that the city of Hollister consider joining on board with that and doing a joint city county letter of support for funding on that. Thank you.
Yep, great. Okay, so then, Steve, do we have, what do we need to decide, I guess, today in terms of the Riverview? Did you get enough? Do we need to take some votes on whether or not we're going to combine these phases? And I'm not
I
sure
think-
what you're asking for.
I think we have really clear direction, and so step one is just approve the current amendment. Sounds like there'll be a smaller amendment to combine the two projects. We're gonna hold off on the sanitary sewer change, and everything else is clear, so.
Great.
Yep.
Okay, everyone set then? Anything else?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
move,
yeah,
I'll
of
move to
course.
approve the amendment with Wallace Group as recommended by staff, along with the direction that was given during the conversation here on where there was consensus.
So I will second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
4-0 vote, motion passes.
Do we need a vote on the letter,
Good
Let's do
question.
it.
the shovel-ready ask for Vets Park?
Sure, is there a
Yes.
motion?
Yeah.
So I will make a motion that we submit a letter to our representatives at both the state and the federal level, why not? And asking for funding for Vets Park for shovel-ready projects that are ready to go.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry, who was second?
There's Supervisor
Velasquez.
Velasquez.
Thank you. Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
4-0 vote, motion passes.
Take a 5.
So,
Take a 5.
yeah, sure. We can take a 5-minute break and then we'll get to 3.2.
Thought this was gonna
Okay, we're gonna come back to the meeting. Let's find your seats. We're gonna move to item 3.2 on the regular agenda, accept presentation regarding road projects and bridge project status. Steve Loop.
All right, good morning. We'll be talking about our road and bridge project status for the county, and I'll jump right into it. So I tried to make the text large, although I might not have accomplished that goal. So we're going to go through these somewhat rapidly, and then obviously we'll have some discussions about some of these items, but just big picture. Want to talk about the highway bridge program first, as well as the Cal OES bridge that we're constructing down off of New Idria Road in South County. So something to note for our bridge programs that we'll talk about for the next moment or so is essentially the funding is being provided by others. Sometimes on a couple of these, we do contribute 12%, which I've tried to put up here, but either 88% or 100% of the bridges are actually being funded by other agencies, including the Highway Bridge Program and even the state of California. So real quick, Limekiln Bridge, it's off of Cienega Road, southeast of the wineries. It's almost completed, so I won't talk about that too much. Hospital Road Bridge, we are just monitoring plants. That's also a completed bridge off Hospital Road near Southside Road. And that's really all we're doing for that project. The Anzar Road Bridge is kind of near Anzar High School. It's a small bridge. And something to note is that these bridges, they've been designated to be replaced by the Highway Bridge Program based on their structural engineers and the ratings of those bridges. So these aren't just things that we selected ourselves as a county. The Highway Bridge structural team actually reached out to counties and cities and provide that information to those agencies and let us know that they want to partner with the reconstruction of these bridges. So the Anzar Road Bridge, we are actually acquiring environmental permits and right-of-way, and construction can begin in spring 2027. Apologies for any typos. The Union Road Bridge is also almost complete. We're planting some things in the creek, and then we have to monitor those plants similar to the Hospital Road Bridge. There's another bridge, maybe an hour south of here, Pinoch Road. We are also acquiring environmental permits for that project and can begin spring of 2027. And one thing I want to note, and we'll talk a little bit more on another project, is each of these bridges, there's right-of-way acquisitions involved, and that's a whole fun process that you have to implement as you're building the bridge. And so we've had to go to eminent domain occasionally, which means we don't see eye to eye with some of the property owners on some of our previous projects, and so that can delay projects. So I kind of want to throw that in there with all of our bridge projects, that right-of-way acquisition is somewhat of a question mark on the timing on that. So Rocks Road Bridge, similarly, we're acquiring permits and we're transitioning to right-of-way acquisition. We've reached out to the property owners. Rosa Morada Bridge, we're 99% ready to go to construction on that one, and that'll actually go out to bid this winter, and then hopefully be constructed in the spring. And there's another small bridge, Pinoch Bridge, also roughly an hour and a half south of here on Pinoch Road, that we're just beginning the design phase on that, and we're coordinating with Caltrans and the Highway Bridge folks on what that project looks like. About 4 years ago when I started with the county as a staff person, roadway washed out completely down off a road called New Idria, and the state came to visit that site and said, we will help you replace this bridge. It was one of our storm disaster type situations. And so they're actually funding 100% of that bridge. We will be receiving the 95% design docs in this August, and depending on right-of-way, we could start construction in 2027 for that bridge as well. Okay, so switching over to local bridges that do not qualify currently for the highway bridge program. They have to be a certain length, 20 feet, and have some certain characteristics. There's 2 bridges that are in need to be replaced, but they do not qualify and are not currently a part of the highway bridge program. The first one is Cienega Road Bridge. It's at Bird Creek, which is maybe 5 minutes north of Hollister Hills recreational area. And we're currently at the 60% design phase. There's the 1.5 million number here is just would partially fund construction of that bridge. So in my humble opinion, some of that money will probably be shifted over to the Carr Avenue Bridge for construction, but it's a little bit behind the design and environmental permitting for Carr Avenue Bridge, which is in Aromas. It's a real small bridge, kind of a largish creek for the area on a curve, a lot of overhead utility lines. It's pretty kind of a complicated bridge. When you look at it, it's small and it's wooden, and you wouldn't think it's going to cost $4.5 to $5 million, but it's a pretty complicated bridge actually. And so we are now transitioning to the environmental permitting phase, a 90% design phase, and again, pending right-of-way acquisition with the property owners, we could actually begin. We could go out to bid this summer and go to construction this spring. One thing to note on that, we need to coordinate a little bit with downtown admin folks, because both those 2 bridges, there's an environmental contract for the environmental team, and we don't want that environmental contract to expire because that would stop us from acquiring some environmental permits. So we'll continue to coordinate with downtown on that contract. It's just a time extension. It's not even a funding extension, it's just a time extension for that contract. San Benito Street, Nash Road, Union Road. So we've worked with designers to design a roundabout at the intersection of San Benito Street and River Parkway. The project length is the whole length from Nash Road down to Union. And so we've designed some sidewalk improvements, because right now there's just dirt and kids are, I don't know, walking, biking to school, kind of on a dirt path. And so it's the roundabout, it's pedestrian improvements, bike lane improvements, and some street lighting. But again, we're actually just performing the design so that we can continue to go for grants. We made a pretty solid application for a safety grant a year and a half ago, had support from the city, the high school, a lot of collaboration with those agencies. Unfortunately, that grant program, there's a very, very small percentage of grants that were actually awarded for that program. So we just have to continue to reach out for grants on that project. And jumping over to SB1 funds. So we just finished up Cole Road, as we heard about, and that was constructed with SB1 funds. And now we would recommend, and this was actually on the previous year's budget as well, but we didn't quite have the fund yet. So the way it works with SB1 funds, if you don't know, we acquire or are sent about $2.6 million. It's a gas tax and vehicle license fees. And so we get a monthly check from the state, essentially. And so those funds have to be accumulated over time. And so hopefully sometime around the summer, there will be enough funds in that account to the tune of 1.2 million to build what I'll say is the last major piece of Fairview Road that we haven't gotten to over the last few years. It's about a mile long. The pavement there basically just needs to be removed and replaced. The surface, 3 inches of pavement, 4 inches if we can afford it. And we're just going to remove and replace it and then restripe it in the same place, same orientation, everything. So I mentioned that because we do have a job order contract program, which essentially is on-call contractors. And we did have a price for that project from one of the contractors about, I think, 6 months ago. The price was $960,000. That program actually expires next month, so it might be by default have to go to kind of a standard bid program. And under the CUPCA process, we would basically just create a basic set of plans and put it out to bid. So if the JOC program is not available. Another small piece of road, and this one, there was improvements done on Fairview Road from San Felipe to Ludus Lane years ago, so it's not in real bad shape, but there are some cracks, there are some potholes and some things. So to the tune of about $400,000, SB1 funds could be utilized for that project, and we would recommend it. However, by the end of this next fiscal year, so these numbers are looking at starting July 1st and going to the next June 30th. So these are fiscal year, this 2.9 million would be fiscal year 26, 27. So by the end of that fiscal year, it looks like there might be $2.9 million built up because there might be a few $100,000 remaining. And something to know with SB1 funds, because we'll talk a little bit about it later, but we did some research per a recent email, and you can actually utilize SB1 funds to install speed bumps. And the way it works is for about every mile of road, you spend $10,000, you do a speed study, and if certain criteria are met, then you can install speed bumps. And I'm rounding, but actually each speed bump, roughly, depending on the width of the road and whatnot, is about another $10,000. But it's something to consider. Otherwise, on the previous year's agendas, which funding was kind of removed, but there's some roads around Tres Pinos that Public Works would recommend if the funding is available and if the board desires. And we're just starting budget talks now for next year, but there's some roads in Tres Pinos that could utilize some of that funding. Cienega Fund. So Cienega Road, we've actually completed 5 of 6 segments, and the last segment, we are starting finally the 65% design is actually going to be completed this week, so I can take a look at it before I depart. And we've told the designers, requested designers to create that bid package so it could go out to bid this summer. And that's going to be predicated on $1.7 million of what they call the Cienega Fund. So the users in that area, they contribute to that fund to the tune, we've accumulated approximately $1.7 million. And then with the CDBG grant, the board, and that's the $11.4 million grant, the board decided to allocate $2.4 million of that grant to Cienega for folks that might have to evacuate that area and drive out of town in an emergency situation. So with those combined funds, I think $4 million should be more than enough for that road. Might not even require that much, but it's a good number. Traffic Impact Fund. So similar to the Park Impact Funds, when folks build a home, they contribute to our Traffic Impact Fund, and I think the current amount of that fund is a little less than $6 million. I think it's closer to $5.5 million. And there's 2 things going on. So the board actually allocated this year, and we completed a study, and we're showing you the images here, for the intersection of Highway 25 and Enterprise Road. We did an intersection design analysis for that. And the configuration on the left is for the existing 2-lane road, but the project is expandable and there'll be area available if Highway 25 in that area was ever expanded to 4 lanes. And so at that intersection, the conclusion was either a signal or a roundabout could be installed. So the person that takes over my job will have to work with folks in this room and decide how to move forward. But the design of the actual roundabout, if that is what is decided to move forward, could be approximately $400,000. Another thing to note is the neighborhood to the north, which is city limits, as well as neighborhoods that we're working on, Fairview Corners, and maybe even one other, are supposed to contribute to the funding of this intersection. And so the person that takes over my role will have to look at that. We reached out to the city. We'll probably have to reach out again to get their help to see what funding sources are available for this intersection. Caltrans has been a good partner. They will allow this to be constructed. They don't have any funding or any inclination to construct these improvements. But if you're ever on Enterprise kind of early in the morning, it's starting to back up a bit. And there's another subdivision built just down the road. I believe it's about 145 homes. That'll be constructed over the next year or so. So there'll be a bit more traffic going to this intersection. So I do recommend looking at that for traffic impact funds. And the way traffic impact funds, it actually identifies intersections. And this is one of the intersections that was identified that could be used for those funds. Another intersection that's identified in the current TIF study is Fairview Road, Fallon Road. We are actually going to be receiving the 95% design in just a few weeks. Talked to the designers, and they have reached out to PG&E. So similar to the bridge projects, the design is moving forward. The environmental document's really minimal. It's more about right-of-way acquisition and working with PG&E, but it'll be very good to have that intersection constructed. And if it could go out to bid, depending on some right-of-way acquisition things, this summer, then you could also start to build that in the spring. So, Safe Streets for All, just a little reminder, and we just received the contract from the federal government for Safe Streets for All for an action plan, as well as putting equipment on our vehicles. They gave us a grant. They've just sent us the draft agreement in December, and I'm reviewing it. Actually, just talked to them this morning. They called me saying, what do you think of this draft agreement? The board actually approved this project to move forward. And what this does is it creates not only a safety action plan, which I'll talk about in a moment, but it monitors your pavement analysis or monitors pavement conditions throughout the county. So it uses, believe it or not, AI, some vibration equipment, some cameras, and it maps all the roads in the county that are utilized by our road trucks and equipment. And it actually creates what they call a pavement management system, which we're required to update every 5 to 10 years at the county. It does it automatically using AI. So it's a pretty nifty grant. But I'll be sending kind of the draft document to CEO and have a discussion about that this week to just kind of bring her up to speed on that one. The other grant that you've all heard about, the $7.6 million grant from the federal government that recently was generated by an older safety action plan called a local road safety program. And so the county had a consultant, created a local road safety program, not only for the county, but for the city in San Juan Bautista. And by creating that document, we were able to submit for a safety grant to the federal government. And the federal government awarded us a grant of $7.6 million. We're not at that stage, but I guess they notified us is probably a better way to phrase that, for a multi-year safety improvement program. Again, it's up to the board. One of the nice things about that program is you can work with the Safe Streets for All program, and maybe there's some things that the board and Public Works and folks don't want to implement. For example, perhaps a good thing, in my opinion, is to put a roundabout at the intersection of Fraser Lake Road and Shore Road. So I'll say perhaps that's a good idea. Now, in this grant, in this program, there's also a roundabout that's identified to be implemented on in South County off Prescott Road near the large Taylor Farms. And so perhaps if you looked at the grant, you might say, well, do we really need a roundabout at that intersection or not? And perhaps the answer is no, which would decrease the amount of grant, decrease the amount of local share. And so the good news is you'll have those conversations with the Safe Streets for All program folks and just look at what makes sense. Most of the improvements are signing, striping, the roundabout, but rumble strips are installed in some spaces. But it's basically, they looked at where there was the most accidents in the county, and they came up with a list of safety improvements, and that's how the funding for that grant was generated. Real quick, CSAs, these are funded by assessments to the residents of the CSAs. This year, we already have one package out to bid, and upcoming, it could be another 1.2 million-ish. But again, it's all funded by CSAs. There's some road improvements and a lot of different improvements that can be implemented by CSAs, just spending CSA money, CFD money, not county general funds. And we actually just received a quote from one of our consultants because over at Hospital Road and Colorado Way, which is near Hospital Road Bridge, there's a 4-way stop sign, and folks are driving pretty fast and doing some things over there. So we reached out to one of our consultants and just asked them what would be the price for doing a study to put a four-way stop at that intersection to make it safer. And so they give us a price. So one of the things I'm working on is just an overall amendment. Actually, it's a few amendments to be presented to the board for consideration. Again, the 13,000 would study that intersection. And if it said, okay, stop signs are warranted to be installed, the stop signs would probably, I don't know, only be maybe with striping another 20K. So the study's about 13,000 and the stop signs themselves is maybe another 20,000. But I think that's a good safety measure to be implemented there. And the local residents seem to want that. Caltrans Local Assistance Project, we have this barrier rail project and includes essentially 17 guardrails around the county. Unfortunately, the cost for design and environmental to install $1 million worth of guardrails is about $440,000. So we reached out to the federal government and Caltrans and said, they gave us $170,000, but we said, well, we really need another $270,000 if possible to complete the design and environmental of that project. So we made that request. We just waiting to hear back from them because I don't think the county has the extra $270,000 for that project. But hopefully, the Highway Safety Improvement Program folks think it's a worthwhile expenditure of their funds. And then in good news, from the storms in 2023, we just received actually $427,000. It's a reimbursement, so we don't have a check, but we have an agreement that there was an embankment at Salinas Road that failed, and so we put some guardrails there. Well, during the storms, we reached out to actually the state and said, you know, can we please have some money to restore this embankment? And as of just this month, the state said, yes, we will give you $427,000 to do that. And so the engineer that works with me deems he'll be looking at that and how feasible that is. But that's 100% state funds, the whole $427,000. So we just have to look at. We have a preliminary quote from the folks that build the wall to the tune of about $230,000 just for the wall. So that number actually looks pretty reasonable. All right, San Juan Highway Improvements, kind of done some start-stop on that project. And we talked to the contractor. They plan to restart in mid-March and take about 4 weeks to complete that project. So that's good news, pending weather and temperatures, I should say that. And then Union Road improvements, they're also going to be beginning in mid-March. That project will take a little bit longer and can be completed in June. So that'll be excellent. Big grant, 11.4 million, CDBG, HCD. We actually submit that this week. So to coordinate with the CEO on that submittal and application. We've been working behind the scenes on that. It gets submitted this Friday, and that's the $11.4 million that we've talked about a few times. For the board's consideration, and this kind of goes back to the SB1 discussion, but there's a lot of, locations that, in my opinion, or Public Works opinion, need some striping improvements around the county, as well as there's some traffic calming areas. We have a whole list of traffic calming roads that folks are just driving too fast, and folks have reached out to us to ask for some traffic calming, similar to Cole Road. And so for the next year's budget, whether it's SB1 funds or some other funds, Public Works would suggest that some amount of money would be set aside for striping and traffic calming, in addition to the striping that we're going to be receiving on a grant from the federal government. And so I shall pause there for questions.
Thank you. Public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. I have no public comment.
Great. Any supervisors have questions? Velasquez?
Comments. Yes. Thank you, Steve, for the update. We've made a lot of progress this year. Appreciate that. Still a lot more work to do. Obviously, a lot more roads that need to be repaired. And as you point out, these bridges are incredibly expensive to repair or replace. As we're talking about bridges, I do have a quick question for you. The railing on the 4th Street Bridge, every once in a while you see somebody slams into it, the concrete railing there, breaks a chunk of it off. Who replaces that? Is that county, city, Caltrans? Because it just looks horrible and it's obviously pretty dangerous.
I'll look into that for you. 4th Street Bridge, There's discussions of who owns what parts and pieces of that. Generally, I'll say, from what I've researched recently for the similar reason, it's probably the area you're looking at is county. So offline, I'll send an email to you and just provide direction.
I don't know if that splits in the middle where north side is county, south side is city, or if it's still Caltrans controlled because it's the 156
Goes to that
business
yeah,
loop. I don't know.
It's yeah. So I'll send a separate email to answer that question. Sir.
So we can look at that. I'd appreciate it.
You bet.
There's a lot more work going through as we've been planning for the road improvements this way. But before I get to that, I want to talk about the conversation of the roundabout there at Airline and Enterprise.
Okay.
I want to make sure that you're working or talking with the city because I can remember when that project was being proposed. I think it's on the south side of that, the southern eastern side, depending which way you're coming, I guess, or northern. That whole hundreds of homes were being proposed to be built there at the city at the time, and there was a big concern about the traffic issues that would happen at Enterprise because of that construction. I recall the developer promising there would be funding for a stoplight or for a roundabout at that time. That all took place with the city since it was a city project. Can we make sure we look into that, make sure that the developer didn't just slip away without paying for those improvements? Because that is a very dangerous area, and we need to address that as quickly as possible, even if that means a temporary solution. Because every time I go through there, it's just, you're gambling there, and we need to take care of that issue. You quickly talked about a roundabout at Shore and Fraser Lake. I can't say I'm in favor of that because of the cost, but I am in favor of putting stop signs, at least a three-way stop sign there, so we can slow that traffic. And I think that would help improve the flow, especially in the evenings as commuters are coming back. They're stopped there and they're waiting for other people to pass going along Shore Road. So we can look at that. Maybe even add a right turn lane going northbound on Shore at Fraser Lake so people don't have to stop at Fraser Lake. So I think there's ways to do that without spending. And people might be asking, well, why is he talking about that? Well, roundabouts aren't, $50,000 projects. They're several $1 million projects, $3 to $4 million. We're talking about a stoplight at Fallon and Fairview that's now approaching $4.5 million, $5 million. This is incredibly expensive, and we need to find ways to make it safe, but make sure our dollars can go towards projects that help in the safety also. So we can look at that. That would be very helpful. And again, thank you for all your work this year and the previous years. We've gone a long way this year. I'm looking forward to all the work that's going to be happening this year with your your guidance through it all. So thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Carr Avenue, so I mean, it's taken quite a while. I just want to, are we confident that the current timeline is accurate? Just because, again, when I got on the board, this project was getting going. That was 5 years ago. It's gone from $3 million, which, as was alluded to by Supervisor Velasquez, these bridges the costs are astonishing. And that's, as anybody in Aromas knows, is a tiny little bridge, but of course it's very dangerous. It's a needed project. It's hard to imagine that it's a $4.5 million cost, but you've consistently, noted that it's complicated. Is there any reason to believe that won't happen in the current timeline in 2027? Because I keep putting dates out there and I get hesitant to even say dates anymore because things just don't happen.
So two things with the bridge, to answer your question. One, you're right. When I got on board, there was another design team working on the bridge, and we had to switch designers for reasons I won't go into. So we had to restart the design, and we did. The two big factors with bridges are environmental permits and right-of-way acquisition. PG&E has been super helpful. They have their design done. We actually are just finishing waterline design, so there's going to be an amendment presented to the board to complete the waterline design that was not part of our original scope. But to answer your question, it comes down to environmental permits and right-of-way acquisition. So those should happen this year so that you can start in the spring. In my opinion, they should. But right away it's tricky. It's when you talk to those property owners, and some people don't want to sell their property and don't want things to change. But if those things go well, then you can start construction in the spring. So
Okay.
Yep.
All right. As far as speed control mechanisms, I've said in the past, and I'm hoping we can have an actual formal policy adopted. And I think there was consensus on this, but I think anytime we have a road project of a certain size or standard, speed control mechanisms should be built in as part of the budget and the consideration. And, you know, we always seem to do this after the fact. I even talked about it with Cole, you know, as we were getting going, and we just didn't do it. So I agree with the speaker who spoke on coal. I think we are going to need to look at speed control mechanisms for coal, but I actually think we should be looking at speed control mechanisms for every repaving project, and just at least do an analysis of whether it would be beneficial to have some options available for speed control. As far as you mentioned some of the smaller roads in Tres Pinos, I would still like to have that conversation. And I know maybe if you can provide suggestions as you move on, you know, some of these roads, we really should be apportioning out the types of resurfacing. You know, I think when you talk about Tres Pinos, there's hundreds of these roads basically throughout I could name off a bunch of them in my district where people are constantly asking me, well, why aren't you addressing Merrill and you know, all these little roads. And the residents are correct. I mean, you know, but I'm wondering if we can have a conversation about how we address these residential roads so it doesn't cost an arm and a leg. And just what can we do to get us, you know, several years of decent road quality without having to spend the $1 million a mile sort of apportionment. Is that machine that we used on Bixby, what's going on with that thing?
The gap machine. Yeah, Bixby has held up pretty well. Essentially, what the supervisor is referring to is you melt asphalt rubber cubes, I guess you'd say, and you put it on the road. But you bring up a good point. Once Union Road's completed and that last piece of Fairview, then all of our larger roads are essentially completed. And so that'll give an opportunity for that 2.6 million a year to start looking at the side roads, the local roads that you just mentioned, and to try to find the most efficient way to improve those. And that's obviously a larger discussion, but it's a good discussion. And I think, you know, and then the years to come, there'll be that opportunity now that we've got our larger arterial and collector roads paved out now. So, so person that takes over my role, hopefully they come up with a efficient, cheap process to kind of, and then we do thinner sections with the side roads, obviously we do, but hopefully there's a way to, whether it's the gap machine, which is the cheapest way to go, but if you go by Bixby, it's holding up okay. We did that about a year ago. So maybe that's a solution for a lot of the side roads, right?
But of course, as you know, Bixby there's a lot of heavy traffic.
It is, so that's encouraging.
Trucks on there, so if it's held up at all.
It's encouraging, yeah.
I mean,
right.
That should really send a signal that maybe we should start at least doing a trial of sorts with using that machine on some of these residential roads where you're just gonna have cars and trucks as opposed to tractors and semis that are driving on Bixby.
Yeah.
Again, I think we should have categories, apportionment categories. You know, these are our options for residential roads. These are our options for X road, all the way up to the $1.5 million FDR projects.
That sounds
I'm
good.
getting the acronyms down finally.
All right, that's right.
Hold in place, FDR. And then Enterprise Road. Airline Highway is a state road.
It is.
Enterprise, that area is city jurisdiction, right? So and I know there's some county jurisdiction in there. So why are we paying for that? Oh, why are we paying for the whole thing? Why isn't there discussions about if we're going to look at doing a roundabout or a signal at Enterprise? And I agree, it's developed out and it's going to develop out more. And, you know, I take my kid to the so-called Whale Park over there, and it is, you know, there's a lot of traffic over there. So something does have to be done, but I'm just curious how the jurisdictional boundaries work there and why the state wouldn't be perhaps involved in paying for a portion of that.
Great question. So we initially reached out to the state and the city The state didn't have it, I'll call it programmed. They program intersections. So because other residents and other supervisors have said, we want to at least study the intersection with our traffic impact fees, which are generated from all the county residents in that area. We just performed the study. I think it was $45,000. We haven't done anything else. That's why I mentioned even the developers in the area to contribute to the construction. But the traffic impact fee program, that intersection is identified in our county traffic impact fee program. So if the board decides in July 1st and during budget discussions to go to the design level, which maybe it's 300,000 or 400,000, like I mentioned, the funds are already set aside for that intersection with county funds. Again, we reached out to the city. They attended a couple meetings. So there's some more outreach that needs to occur. And there's, as Supervisor Ignacio mentioned, there should be other contributions from that development next to Whale Park, like you said. So hopefully the construction dollars are other sources, as well as maybe even the design costs are shared as well.
So I wasn't obviously on the board when all those developments were approved. What are those city developments, county developments, jurisdictional wise? Because I know that whole area, when you turn left off Enterprise, that's all city. And when you turn on Enterprise and you go in toward Valley View Park, which it's actually called.
That's all city.
That's all city.
And the other opposite side is all county.
And on the other side's county.
Right.
So why are we that's again, I'm just gonna ask the rhetorical, why are we the only ones involved with this? Why isn't this just, the city's gotta play ball here. I'm
Understood.
sorry. And the state, I'm tired of paying for state highway improvements. You know, we're already talking about $800 million for Highway 25 on the other side. Maybe that's another opportunity for a letter.
Maybe.
You know, if we can get something that's shovel ready, that's a state, that should be a state. They should be paying at least a portion of that. That's all. I just, it's pretty frustrating that the county seems to be paying for a lot of things that all the jurisdictions should be responsible for. And then, traffic calming and striping, I'm always supportive of that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Super happy to hear that Union Road is going to be happening next month.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing? I'm only, it's a heavily traveled road. It's very needed. I'm excited that it's happening, but I just want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to communicate with the public and let them know that it's happening. And so kind of what is the plan for making sure that the public knows this ahead of time?
Yeah, so typically 10 days before we start construction, we put up what we call changeable message signs, and that warns construction will occur, expect delays from March 16th to June 1st or whatever the timeline is. So that's typically 10 days before. So in a couple weeks or so, those signs will be there to give the public about 10 days notice. So.
Okay. I wanted to, in a normal, I probably wouldn't say anything, but being that you aren't going to be here, I think everybody needs to be very aware, and we need to do a really good job letting the community know. So including like our admin, we need to make sure that we're posting things on our website, online, etc. So just want to make sure that it's not only falling on kind of public works, that admin is kind of also aware of this and will play a role making sure that, we let everybody know when this is happening. So exciting that that's a few weeks away. With the Enterprise Road and Airline Highway, with that roundabout, so I've had people reach out to me, obviously outside of my district, but very concerned about crossing over. So I think there's a lot of people that live on maybe the county side, but they want to cross over and go to the city side and go to the park and visit there. And they have been very, very concerned about the safety crossing over Highway 25, Airline Highway. If we're looking at doing a roundabout there, how safe will that be for pedestrian crossing?
Yeah, that's probably the downside, in my humble opinion. I think roundabouts are great, but you have, without signals, you just have pavement, signage, sometimes colored pavement. And so it's less safe for the peds and the bicyclists to cross the intersection. The report that we did actually includes both a signal and a roundabout. So whoever takes that to the next level can consider those things.
So
because-
we'll need to make a decision whether a signal makes more sense there or a roundabout.
Correct, because they were both recommended in the study.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure those are the, I've been, like I said, people have reached out and very, very concerned about the pedestrian safety issues crossing over. And, apparently there's a lot of people that cross over to go to the whale park. And so I want to make sure we're mindful of that. I am in support of the Traspinos neighborhood roads. There is a ton of, I feel like, business and attraction. I mean, it's becoming quite the hotspot, Traspinos, and whether it's restaurants or shops, whatever, I think that, and traffic, again, continues on Airline Highway, huge concern going through a little city or town, but you've got a lot of people that are visiting there. They are crossing over, parking kind of everywhere. And so whatever we can do to help with traffic concerns in that area. I know Caltrans has, again, not been interested in helping in that area, and it pains me that we wait until we have a tragedy on our hands. So it may be their responsibility, but I feel like we're also liable in that this is our community and we need to do what we can do to keep our residents safe. So speaking of traffic calming and striping, so I know that there's always been kind of these quotes about how much, it's going to be $1 million a mile for road reconstruction, et cetera. Are there any type of cost estimates for striping and kind of calming measures, like per mile?
Yeah, it depends on the road, but for example, we were able to set aside, it was $110,000 to stripe part of San Juan Highway from the roundabout in San Juan Bautista out towards Taylor Farms. I think we had maybe $120,000, and I think that's about 2 miles of road, so maybe it's $50,000 a mile for striping. Again, I'll put together kind of a breakdown. It depends on the road, but just most of our roads are 2-lane roads, so they're all similar, right? So I can give you a striping breakdown on a separate email to the board. The traffic calming's a little bit
I bet
less
that
precise.
depends,
but it's-
depending on the method that you.
Typically, when you do anywhere from a few blocks to half a mile, you're going to spend about $10,000 on the study. And I was going to piggyback that with Supervisor Kosmicki's comment on kind of building it in ahead of time. But assume, say, 4 blocks is $10,000 to study. Maybe you can get a half mile out of that. And then each location, they're typically about 500 feet. It's another $10,000 per speed bump. So I don't know if that helps you out a little bit. And then with new roads, the way with speed bumps specifically, the way the speed bumps work, you have to actually perform a study after you've built the road, unfortunately, to see how fast folks are driving, to confirm that they're 5 miles more than the 85th percentile. There's criteria. And so typically you can't build speed bumps into the actual project. What you can do, which is very, very rare for rural roads, is they do, paved, curbed islands where you narrow the road and help pedestrians cross at certain locations. You can do those type of traffic calming things, but as far as speed bumps specifically, you actually have to wait till you have a road and then you do a study on the road.
Okay.
And so,
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's, I thought I had one more thing, but it's left my mind. So thank you, Steve. I appreciate all the information.
you bet.
All right, thank you. First of all, I just want to say I definitely would second what Supervisor Kosmicki brought up about the smaller kind of rural roads. I can think of probably a half dozen or more off of Fairview that I get a lot of requests about because they're in bad shape. So if we can find a way to do that cheaper with whatever this machine that you guys were talking about, that's great. I think we should go for it if we can in the future because anything we can do to get something done because the as we all know, the pothole filling doesn't really hold up when it rains. So beyond that, just want to bring up a question about the Fallon Light. Now, the Fallon Fairview Light is without a doubt the most requested road improvement project that I have received since I've been on the board. And it's because there's accidents there, and they're bad accidents where people die. So at one point, I thought we were going with we were not going to realign the road and just put the light, and that was going to save some time as far as the installation. But now, as far as I understand, is that right? We're realigning the angle there?
Yeah, I think way back there was a design to not realign the road, but early in the process we did switch. You're right. So now, if you're traveling on Fallon towards Fairview, you'll veer off toward the left where that barn is, and then the road's going to be teed up more. And then on the opposite side, you're going to go through the orchard, and it'll essentially be more of a T intersection because it provides better sight distances. We decided to do that because of the home that was there. And even though you have a signal, it kind of limits your visibility. And so for safety reasons, we changed the alignment early on in the design. So that's correct.
So the design is, I think you said it was basically done, right? The 95%, something like this?
So no, we get the 95% in March, and we have started reaching out to PG&E. And then now the next step, once the 95% is done, and we can start reaching out to the property owners for right-of-way acquisitions.
So are we expecting to wait on PG&E for a long time then? Or what's going to be between now and you said hopefully spring next year, what are we're waiting for PG&E and the property owners right away?
Right, and I'll say this, with Carbridge, PG&E has been extremely responsive. They performed the design in, 3 or 4 months. I don't want to speak for PG&E because they're kind of a X factor, I guess you'd say, but on Carr Avenue, they performed really quickly and completed their design essentially. And then we have the right-of-way acquisitions. So those are the 2 hurdles for that intersection.
So but with the new plan that happened a while ago, I guess, to realign the road, is that going to cause more acquisition issues as far as property?
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually even if we kept on the same alignment, we'd have to acquire right-of-way just to put in signals and things because there's 2 corners that are really, really tight. So no matter what we did, we'd have to acquire right-of-way. But with the current design, obviously, we're requiring right-of-way also. So.
Okay. Yeah, well, is whatever we can do to get that all done simultaneously, PG&E and right-of-way, if we can do it that way, whatever we have to do, because this is one of those things that people have wanted for probably the last decade or 2. And so we're trying to get it done, and it does seem like it keeps getting pushed back or delayed. And I know there's issues with PG&E and everything else, but whatever we can do to get that done as soon as possible would be ideal. I think that's all I had. Is there anything else from the board?
I did want to make one quick comment because I heard a couple of comments about Caltrans, and I can remember conversations with them 10 years ago where they made it very clear that they're not there to provide widening of highways for commuters. Their role is to have a state highway coming through different communities. And if we are not careful, we have to pay for the widening of all these projects. And they actually warned about too much growth in the Fairview airline area. And we looked at numbers back then, again, going close to 10 years, and the estimates for widening that highway there, airline, was about 80 million at the time. So now you can imagine that's probably closer to 150 million. So this is why planning is so important for any growth of what we want to do, because now we have a high school that wants to become a developer and build 1,000 houses plus others that want to build houses. I don't know why they're not focused on a high school instead of more houses, but these are the problems we have. I want to make sure we're clear. Let's stop shifting blame to, I'm not saying you guys are, to Caltrans. Caltrans is not the issue. The issue is ourselves by approving some of these projects out there, and they're incredibly expensive, but I'm going to repeat, it's very important to go back to the city and have them do some research on the records of that roundabout, because this was a very big conversation at the time about the impact of just those few hundred houses on the city side, on the northeast side of the road. So we want to make sure that participation, those funds are coming in, because something needs to be done there.
That's good.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Now, I would suggest we move to 3.3 unless there's objection right now. Go to closed session. Then we're going to move to item 3.3, discuss the status of annexations into the county's community facilities district.
All right, thank you, board. Yes, ongoing discussion regarding community facilities districts and annexations into what we call a CFD. So big picture, when a project goes through the planning process currently and wants to take a big parcel and make smaller parcels out of that, subdivided essentially, one of the requirements is that project be annexed into our community facilities district. And what that means is, at a minimum, those parcels will be assessed a property tax that pays for the fiscal impact of whether it's any kind of emergency services, that a new home that's built on that project, new residence, would impact the county and the funding of the county. So at a minimum, project is conditioned as part of their approval process to annex into the CFD for what we call negative fiscal impact. And in addition to that, larger projects sometimes do what they call the maintenance annexation into our CFD, which includes roads and landscaping and parks and those kind of funny things, which obviously triggers a higher assessment on those properties when they are annexed. And so there's been discussions recently for both ongoing projects that have been conditioned and approved by the planning commission, as well as future projects. And I think there was some concern expressed by the board that there might be rights conveyed beyond the actual project into the future when those annexations occur. So county staff reached out to county council, and in the board item, we think we've tried to address that concern, and we've come up with some wording that we will be, at the direction of the board, revising current projects that are currently approved. They have to actually have a resolution. And so we worked with county council to come up with some verbiage where we can actually add this verbiage into these resolutions for the current projects that have these current conditions. I'll pause there. I don't know if I should read it. County council, Greg's here to assist and provide some additional input, but maybe I'll just pause there for Greg's input. So thank you. Or if you'd like, I can read off the paragraph that we created together, if you think that's appropriate.
We all have it right here in front of us, I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm happy to address that. Let me just pull it up.
Okay. And as Greg's doing that, we also have a plan to move forward in the future, but we can talk to the board and their direction about how future projects should be addressed, so.
Yeah, I mean, we have I don't think we need it read. We can see
Okay.
it. So we're
Okay.
okay. Yeah, just
Okay.
the gist of it, I think, is what we're after. We don't need it read off. But
Okay.
if county council had anything else to add beyond reading the paragraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Loop is correct. The board had expressed concern as to whether or not the annexation itself might convey any land use or development entitlements or vested rights to the applicant or to any subsequent owner or developer. So since that is not the case, we then came up with the language which is set forth within the staff report that would be added to the conditions of approval for all future CFD annexations. Now, as to those that are pending, and there are quite a few that are pending, we would then add language to the staff report that would come before you at your March 10th meeting, and we would amend the resolutions for approval to add that new language as well. So the board would be able to process then all of these CFD annexation matters that are pending and allow recordation of the map. And we would expect, as I said, that they would come forward to you in March for approval. And there is also an alternative that the board could consider, and that is that the annexation could occur at a later period of time. It doesn't necessarily need to be done prior to the recordation of the map. So for example, you could direct that we amend the condition of approval that the annexation could occur at a later point in time. So for example, prior to the issuance of building permits on the subsequent project that would come before this board for its own discretionary approvals at some point in the future. So hopefully this provides the board with some options and adequately addresses the concerns that have previously been expressed so that the map recordations can move forward in March. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is that it from you, Steve, before we go to public comment?
It is.
All right, thank you. Public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. We'll have Ann Hall.
I'll get you a speaker. Ann Hall with San Benito Engineering. Again, I spoke on this in November. I have a couple maps that have been waiting since August on this issue. It is a requirement that was put on the map. It sounds like you have an option presented to you to either add some language to the condition or to say the condition is not required to record the map. I don't have an opinion one way or another. I just would like to move forward on this. These maps have been out here for 9 months and I'd just like to get them resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other comments.
Great. Board members, Kazmicki?
Sure. Thank you. So I appreciate the language. I think we should incorporate the language. But I also think we should be setting a policy that we, as alluded to by the county council, that we're not considering CFD annexations until there's an actual project and we have building permits. I don't see any reason why we as a county would annex properties into a CFD without a project. And all it does is provides a potential advantage to the applicant and puts the county in a potentially disadvantaged position, whether it has to do with entitlements, which we're trying to cover with this language, or collection of fees. And I still don't see this addressing the concern about the moratorium that I had suggested for the CFD annexations to address the fee structure and to get the fees to a point where they are adequate. And I still firmly believe that we're getting this rush of CNFD annexations in the last year to two simply because there are development interests who recognize that the fees are low and they want to get locked in on the fees. So I still think I like the language, but I also would like to see a policy that we formally do not consider CFD annexations until there are actual projects on the table. Thank you.
Treasurer Stella?
Quick question, and I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. So we approve the annexation and they go into a CFD. When do they start paying into the CFD? The CFD immediately when we have approved that annexation, or they don't actually pay into the CFD until they have a plan for kind of building?
It's when they pull a building permit. The way it's worded today, somebody pulls a building permit, say you have an empty parcel of 5 acres, you want to build a house. Once you pull a permit for the house, and for building the house, i.e. you have an impact because you have residents, that's when the assessments begin essentially.
But we would be, if we approve them into the CFD today, we lock in the rate that potentially 10 years, 20 years down the road, when they decide to, if and when they decide to develop it, they would be paying the rate that we set currently.
Right. With the consumer price index, with CFDs, you can advance them so much per year, which there's a lot of opinions about it, if that's enough, but it does increase each year.
So if we looked at the other option that County Council just brought up for us, they could record a map. This wouldn't delay that, but there would be no CFD consideration until there's an actual project. Am I understanding that correctly?
Are we talking about future projects? Is that?
Future.
Future projects? I'll let County Council.
I'm trying to understand the difference between the two.
So The difference would be is that the annexation to the CFD would be delayed
Mhm.
until they're ready to pull their building permits. So they'd have to then annex to the CFD before they issue the building permits, as opposed to much earlier in the process when they want to record the map. So the condition of approval would be modified to simply delay the annexation. And so the comments that Supervisor Kosmicki has indicated and the rationale for it is accurate.
Well, I'm just wondering, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand why. I mean, just adding the language, what exactly is that doing? Like, it doesn't seem like it's really solving the issue that is the concerns kind of up here.
Well,
regarding the rates, et cetera.
Well, concerns were expressed as to whether or not any entitlements were somehow obtained by virtue of the annexation, which they are not.
Right.
However, that would clarify that that is not the case for all of the projects where they have gone through the Planning Commission and the conditions of approval have been assessed, and now they're awaiting the recordation of the map. For those, it's really more for the future projects, those that have yet to come before the Planning Commission and have yet to have their conditions of approval imposed with the approval of the project.
So if you do the latter, which is kind of your, the option, they would be coming to us with a CFD annexation request as well as a project.
Right. Or at least prior to the issuance of the building permits.
It just seems like it kind of makes more sense than just adding this language. I just don't know what the language, I mean, we're adding the language. I get it. I know what the difference is, but I don't know that it really solves what kind of the concerns are. And so it seems like the better way is kind of this option that you just presented, where it would be you hold off a little bit. And when you're ready and you have an idea, then you bring it forward and we decide if it's a yea or nay. So, and it sounds like if there's not an opinion from the public about which option that they prefer, they just want to, a path forward. I think I lean more towards the latter, with the option of when it's ready and the project is identified. It makes more sense in my mind. So thank you.
And that's absolutely true as to any future projects. But as to those that we have already seen, already gone through the Planning Commission process and the conditions have been imposed, then what we're saying is and they're now coming forward for annexation to the CFD. Those that are pending, they're coming before the board. We have a number of those and they need to get their maps recorded or time is going to run out. What we're suggesting is for those that have already gone through the process and now are just waiting for board approval, we would add that language.
Okay, that makes perfect sense for the ones that are in the waiting
In the queue.
But in the future,
Right.
Yes. So we're kind of talking about two different things. The ones that are in the waiting, I agree with the language. For the future ones, though, I think we should be very clear.
Exactly. So for the future projects, we would modify the condition of approval that would then be imposed as part of the Planning Commission approval process.
Okay, I'm good.
And that would then reflect that they must annex prior to the issuance of building permits.
So I think it's kind of two separate issues, two problems it's solving, right? So we can add the language for the ones that, are already pending. And then we can also modify future ones so that the CFD, if I understand the CFD, instead of being attached to the recordation of the map, it would be building permits, right? So they're not locking in a certain rate 10 years later building, right? That's what we're doing here.
Exactly. So for the ones that are already in the queue, they would come forward to the board for approval in March with this modified language in the resolution.
Got it. Okay, I'm good with that. Go ahead, Supervisor Velasquez.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the path forward, I think we have it. Verbiage is really critical here because of the points that were made by all of you. If we have a fee today and the project doesn't start for 2 years, we're behind. And that's what I found with CFD. The issue with CFD, it doesn't take long before you're behind because government has this way of really increasing costs and not being able to catch up to those costs. And those are the realities. I know, and I haven't seen the numbers yet, I'm waiting to see them, that a lot of the public safety CFDs at the county are probably way below what they should be. And we need to make sure, I always go back to 10 years. 10 years ago, telling the county, hey, your guys' CFDs are way too low for the fire and sheriff and all that. And it was like, no, it's fair. Well, if that was the case 10 years ago, I can tell you the rate increase, it can't keep up. So I prefer to do it later, once we know what the project is. And I want to make sure that moving forward, we start coming in. Steve, you're not going to be here, but thank you for the presentation. That the CFDs really should be about public safety, making sure fire, police are taken care of. That's the one group that we have to make sure of early on. I'm not in favor of CFDs for their landscaping or their roads or their parks. What I'm in favor of is making sure that community pays for those true costs through their own association. Because again, we can't keep up and we can't provide the level of service that people expect for the discount price they're hoping for. Those aren't realities any longer. So we need to shift how we're doing these things and making sure the county is always whole, especially our public safety, so we're never fall back behind it. So just wanted to put that out there, and I'm in favor of implementing those as we get to the permit stage.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, there may be, based on your comments, then a third component to the motion, and that would be to direct staff to begin work on updating the CFD fees.
Yes.
Are they not already in the process of doing that? I feel like we started that
This
process
multiple
a
times.
year or two ago.
Sorry for,
Yeah.
yeah, if we need
Take
to
it
formally
easy.
request it again, certainly.
I would say we need to make sure what those are. And again, look at what's happening right now. We just had this conversation about the parks. We can't even keep up with these things. Let's see what the true fees are, how we want to shift to make sure new neighborhoods and new communities have to pay their own fees for their landscaping, roads, parks, and we make sure we have the CFDs in place for the fire, for the sheriff, county jail, whatever it is that's really straining our resources here.
Okay, so is there a recommendation then for the, to adopt this language for pending projects with CFDs, change the conditions of approval for future ones to attach CFDs to the building permit, issuance of building permits rather than the recordation of the map, and review the fees for CFD CSAs?
I'd be glad to make the motion to adopt the language as recommended, along with bringing back considerations to formally change the process to require that CFD annexations only come to the board at the building permit stage of the process, and to formally request a review of CFD revenue fees to ensure that we're bringing in appropriate revenue. That would be the motion. I also would suggest that we, as we get into the budget, that we set aside a specific day in particular for a study session workshop on revenue in particular, and how we can just, instead of having all these piecemeal conversations, let's just hammer it out, spend an entire day on all these topics, and move ahead. Thank you.
So is this first, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez,
Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
4-0 vote, motion passes.
It's 12:15. We go do a couple more before closed session. I think we keep going. Great. Next, we have then 3.4, receive the 2025 County of San Bernardino State Mandated Inspections Report. And Charlie promised it would be quick.
Sorry, can we get a 5-minute break? Technical difficulties.
Another 5-minute break, Dad. been solved. So we're going to get back to what we were on with 3.4, the state mandated inspections report.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CAO, members of the public. My name is Ana Cortez. I'm the city manager for the city of Hollister, and I'm here to present on item 3.4. But given the very robust discussion that we have had up to now regarding a number of topics that overlap city and county, please indulge me and let me address some of the questions that have come up. Nothing beats the present. So, as far as our current partnership with the county, yesterday, this is hot off the press, the city's senior leadership team had about 4-hour discussion about the areas of significant synergies and collaboration. There are many. It's very exciting how we can work together. We indeed discussed the desire for a renewed agreement for maintenance of Veterans Park. It came up today. And so we currently, what I understand is that we currently provide the maintenance.
Excuse me, I appreciate it. I just want to make sure legally, I don't know if we can get into this on this item.
Right.
County Council.
A broader discussion of partnership between the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito really is a separate and distinct item and is not agendized and doesn't fall within the scope of the item that's presented.
Okay, well, thank you, Eddie. We appreciate it. We'll come back to it and get all that information from you.
Sounds good. I will send an email to the CAO.
Is there a way that we can, I think this is an important discussion, is there a way that we can maybe add this to an agenda item, potentially like in March or something, to have and invite the city manager to come? Because I think that it is valuable.
Yes.
And
We'll
I
make
would
sure
love to
of
hear
that.
what she has to say.
We'll make sure of that. And actually, I have a special meeting with the city manager. Maybe between the two of us can discuss the scope of work and then come back with you with a presentation. Thank you.
Can I go one step further and ask that maybe we do a joint meeting with the city council and the board? Thank you.
That will be great. We'll set it up. Thank you.
Thank you, great. All right.
100%, we definitely invite the CAO to join us at our council meetings. I know today I've learned a lot. So let's jump into item 3.4. The city is under contract with the county. And under that contract, it is responsible for fire inspections throughout the county. As directed by SB 1205, we are happy to report the completion of 21 inspections, which represent 100% of the eligible units. This is part of an administrative step we have to present to you, so we're presenting, and if you have any questions, the Deputy Fire Marshal is here to answer.
Do you have anything, or?
Oh, that was easy. I like it. Thank you.
All right, well, let's go to public comment then first.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. And in chambers, we will start with Ann Hall.
I don't see her.
Okay, sorry. I have no other comments.
Great. Board members, any comments? Supervisor Costello?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, in the 3 different categories that we have, what were the different, you have 11 Group E for educational, the residential, institutional, et cetera. And in the report, it doesn't list what the locations were. Would you mind letting us know what those places were?
All these are all in the unincorporated San Benito County. I have them itemized on there, and we're finding more every day. So it's like your educationals, which is all your schools. So we went through the whole county and got every school. So yes, we went out to way down south to Solar Farms, Bitter Water, all of those. I went myself to go get those and take care of those ones.
Thank you, Charlie.
And then the hotels and motels, we have two that are in the county. We count the Mission as one of them because they do, not the Mission, St. Francis Retreat Center as one of them that are in there too.
I just think in the future, it would be really helpful for us to have the locations that you went and looked at just to make sure that we're not missing anything. You know what I mean? Just because, I without having the list, and without me having to go through and, okay, count all of this schools, let's just take, for instance, in the unincorporated area to make sure that we're not missing any, versus if I saw a list of them and then I'm like, oh, shoot, Willow Grove isn't on there. I don't know. So just in the future, I appreciate all the work that's been done. I'm happy that we have 100% and that all of them have passed inspection. Just in the future, if we can get the list of the locations that you actually went to, would be helpful.
And it's easy list. I could email it to you if you.
Oh,
if
that
you
would be
like
great.
that.
That
I
would be
could
great.
email it to you.
Yeah, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue, I just want to announce out that now we have Supervisor Kuro is joining us on Zoom remote right now. So Supervisor Kuro, can you hear us at the moment? Are you here?
She's changing to panelist, so it might take a minute.
May take a minute. Okay, we'll wait for her.
Is this another 5-minute break?
Supervisor Curl, you can unmute yourself and turn your video on.
Hi,
Hello?
I'm here.
Great. Okay, I'm gonna go through these questions that I need to ask you since you are remote. You can hear us. Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
No, I just logged on, so I came at the tail end, so I need to recuse myself from that item.
Copy of the agenda for this meeting?
I do have a copy.
Is your location reasonably accessible to the public such that any member of the public could participate in the teleconference from your location if he or she wished to do so?
I didn't like post it, but I'm in the hotel, which is accessible to the public. I don't know if that qualifies.
Yeah, County Council, I don't know if
Laws changed.
I don't think these Zoom rules are actually applicable at this point, right? I think she can.
They are, except that she's not required to post the agenda. All the other rules are applicable.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm in a general spot. I'm in an office in the back of the hotel lobby.
Okay. So do you have some?
My understanding from other regional committees is that she basically just has to report that she's in a room. She has audio, video. There's no people over 18 years old.
Under
18 years of age. There's no one here under 18 years of age.
Yeah. You know, frankly, I don't, it doesn't bother me either way. I just want to make sure we're following the law. So
Go ahead with the script.
great. Is there any member of the public there with you who would like to participate in the public comment portion of this meeting or otherwise address any agenda item for this meeting?
No, there is not.
Okay, great. Okay. I think we got it out of the way. Are we all set, County Council? Okay, now we'll continue on with this item. Supervisor Kosmicki, do you have anything for this item? Supervisor Velasquez?
I just want to say thank you as always. Charlie, you do an outstanding job and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, I have nothing else. Just thank you very much.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Have a good day.
All right. Move right along to item 3.5. Discuss and adopt resolution 2026-28 calling an election to submit to the voters and amendment to the ordinance lowering the cannabis business activities tax rate and consolidate said election with a regularly scheduled general election on June 2nd, 2026, if desired. CEO, did you have anything on this first before we get into it, or the ad hoc can report back if not?
This is for item, I apologize, it's number 3.5.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Dulce Alonso is gonna present to you a board review of what has been discussed, and then you take it from over there. We have audience in the public, and that would like to speak about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. This is I'm not, attached to the item is a presentation from the last meeting. I'm not going to go through that. I'm just going to provide a brief update on what has occurred since our last meeting. So the Board of Supervisors ad hoc, which included Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Dom Zinger, met with industry leaders and our CAO to discuss appropriate cultivation tax rate range. Within it, what came out of the meeting is to shift from per square feet to go to a per acre acreage tax model that is more in line with how the current industry is set currently. So that is the recommendation that is included in as part of the resolution. The resolution also includes a range, so that it doesn't mean we have to go with the minimum or the maximum, but it gives the board flexibility to do a per acre tax. At the minimum, it's recommended to go to 1,000 and maximum is 10,000 per acreage. So that allows the board flexibility later to set the resolution at the actual rate, but the voters would essentially approve that range so that the board can set it within the range. And with that, I'll turn it over to the ad hoc for anything else. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, I mean, this is just trying to look at things from a rational point of view. The tax rate that was set in 2018 was set at a level that's just out of this universe, completely unviable for the industry. Our voters have told us that they're wanting this to be a legal product in our communities. So, the goal here is a few things. One is to promote that we want to provide a mechanism for legal growers to have an opportunity here. It's along with that, we believe that by putting in these rules that we'll be promoting the legal growers and trying to root out the illegal growers. If you're against having a tax or you're against having legal growers, well, then guess what? You're going to have more illegal growers in the community. And then as far as the tax goes, we set it at the recommendation is being set at a rate that is providing flexibility to the county, where, we're not setting the rate at 1,000 or any particular number right now. But we're providing flexibility so that if we per se set the rate at $2,000, that we would have an opportunity to, if there is a market fallout, it could potentially go down or, potentially could go up in the future. So that the idea here is that we don't have to keep going back to the voters. And I do think there's a bit of a misnomer in the wording as far as decreasing the rate. I don't, when we present this to the public, it's going to be really important to have verbiage. I think there was a suggestion to say adjusting the rate. I think that's more accurate, frankly, because right now there is no rate. The tax in and of itself is really just a mechanism to prohibit cannabis cultivation altogether. So if we're going to allow cannabis cultivation in a legal manner, the tax rate, we're establishing a tax rate that essentially adjusts the prior model. And I do believe that if we get into the discussion about specifically about the ballot language itself, it's really important to emphasize the revenue part of it. And, I think this is a big opportunity for the county to promote this industry doing things the right way, and also to create a mechanism for relatively significant revenue. And I was personally even surprised by the dollar amounts that could potentially be generated through the tax structure that we have that we would be putting in place if the voters approve it. And the voters, ultimately, whether you're for or against cannabis, the industry, you have a decision to make. Do you want to create revenue and promote doing this legally in our community, or do you want to have no revenue and have more illegal growers in the community? And that's really kind of the gist of this direction we're going in. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll just add, that was touched on, I think it's just important to understand, essentially, this cannabis tax rate was set at a prohibitive rate in the past, then it was essentially suspended. So now we're talking about actually setting a rate where we can bring some money in, where it's not prohibitive for those that are operating these businesses to actually operate in the county. And it is, I'll say, I was also surprised, it's not just bring some money in, it's quite a bit of money. It's quite a bit of revenue that we'd be bringing in with this. And so that's what we're talking about now. is actually getting that number so that we can start collecting some money from this business that's in the county right now. So I think that's it from the ad hoc. We'll go to public comment before we bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Jordan Blankcart and then Russell Dutson.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jordan Blankcart. I live in Piscinas, and I've been a part of this community for the past 7 years. I also manage an operations of a licensed cultivation site here that's actively farming in San Benito County. Thank you for the work that has gone on in this discussion. The proposed shift to a per acre rate is a very practical one. It aligns the tax structure with how agriculture is actually managed and measured. It also provides a much clearer expectation for operators and for the county on how revenue will be structured. What matters most in this structure is that it supports sustained participation. Revenue only materializes if operators stay in this county. When the economics remain workable, businesses continue to invest, jobs stay local, and the county benefits from long-term stable revenue rather than short-term swings. I also appreciate the efforts to build in flexibility into the ordinance. Setting the minimum at a level that preserves long-term flexibility will help ensure participation remains viable as market conditions continue to evolve without requiring returning to voters in the future. We believe that this is the right decision for the county and for voters in June. Thank you.
After Mr. Dotson, Aziz Nashat, please.
Hello, Chair Zanger and board members. I'm Russell Dotson. I'm the owner and farmer for which Jordan is speaking of. I live out in Piscinas off of Old Oyer Line Highway, and if you want to redo that little strip of road with one of your test projects, let's go. Thank you, especially the ad hoc committee, Chair Zanger and Mr. Kaminsky. You guys did a great job of working with the community and hearing things, and there was a lot to be learned. And I appreciate you for saying that there was some eye-opening numbers that were popping. So the current challenge in farming for this county can't be resolved entirely on the back of cannabis, but it can help a certain number of owners, farmers, in this county keep their land in the family farms, and be viable for as long as this is a viable product that we can grow outdoors in this county. It does give the county, again, a bump in the budget that is unlikely to have come from any other means. This is a substantial pot that the county is going to benefit from by having this ordinance hopefully passed in June. The wording on the ballot is very important. It needs to be simply explained, which the word reduce is a term that is in the present form that we've seen presented to us that does not exactly use the best word for a yes vote. Adjusted is a better and more accurate term because we're not really reducing something for outdoor growing. And again, was all the indoor grow was the original opportunity that the county was trying to pursue. Now we're going to outdoors. So adjusted would be a much better use of the word than reduced. I don't think it's in any way misleading. It's just a more accurate word and better for the use in this proposition. 2 days after the last Board of Supes meeting, State Senator Laird toured the farm. He was interested to be looking at outdoor grows. He, as you know, is our 3-county and a part, I think, of the northern part of SLO County. And he's huge into farming. He loves farming. He loves the sustainable farming and infrastructure that we've put on the farm. He was very interested to hear the number of people that we employ through the duration. And he's concerned that counties aren't taking advantage of the opportunity to register and regulate outdoor cannabis farming to the benefit of the farmers and the county coffers. He is seeing Monterey County struggle with the ordinance and might not be able to take advantage of it. He's very pleased to hear that the San Benito County Board of Supes are very proactive and anxiously awaits a positive outcome. Thank you for your commitment to this. I was going to talk about math real quick. 1,000 thousands is a million.
Aziz Nashat, and after Jake from Brook Hollow Ranch.
Hi, my name is Aziz. Good to see you all. Thank you all for your time on this. It's been a lengthy meeting, so I'll keep it short. You know, as a lot of people have mentioned, this isn't really about reducing anything. It's about increasing tax revenue because currently the tax revenue from cannabis is zero. And just on Russ's math point, the previous minimum tax rate was approximately $130,000 per acre, and the maximum tax rate was approximately $740,000 per acre, which you guys know that's unreasonable and unrealistic and prohibitive. So thank you guys for your time. I think this is a really good proposal. Thank you.
You hear me okay? Well, thank you, board. Thank you, chair. To add on to what everybody else is saying, I'll keep it pretty brief, but, we're doing currently 70 acres in the county. We're going to ideally grow to a couple hundred acres this year. And as quickly as cannabis can become seen as an agricultural commodity, the better. I think under the current cap at 2,000 acres over the next 4 years, the county has a very real possibility to bring in, $4 to $6 million. And from having a zero tax basis, I think that's a great improvement. But we've got to set it and be competitive as a county. I think a lot of growers here want to invest in the county. It's been nothing but a pleasurable experience dealing with San Benito. I can tell you from dealing with Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Mateo that San Benito County is just an absolute joy to work with, and it's a real testament to the staff and to the board. And as a grower and young farmer, I'm just, very grateful that you can try and open up this industry for us. Thank you very much.
I have no other public comment.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back to the board. Comments from, let's go Supervisor Curro, before I forget you. You have any comments, questions?
I don't have any questions. I do agree. The word reduce in the ballot measure itself is misleading, in my opinion, to the voters. I think another word that would make it more understandable for the public to see that it's not that we're collecting tax right now and we're reducing it. We're bringing the tax in alignment with the business of cannabis to be able to gain revenue for the county. And the projections of the 2 to 6 million, definitely when we get to the point of doing the rebuttal, the arguments and rebuttals, I think council could definitely help draft that wording to keep us moving this process forward. I thank staff, I thank the ad hoc for coordinating this and moving this along so quickly. I'm very much in support of it being on June. I think we have a window of opportunity that if we wait until November, it could hurt the current industries that we have unless we do an extension of the exemption until after the election. So those are my only comments. I just really appreciate this moving forward so quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Velasquez, did you have anything to add?
Oh, I got a lot to add. But I wasn't here with you guys as this was going through originally. We went through this at the city. I have questions. I have concerns. And I understand. When you look at the minimum at the time, $3 and maximum $17, you go to the $3, as was mentioned, it's $130,000 per acre. I don't know if trying to do it by acre or square foot is better. I think square foot, because what if you have somebody that's growing half an acre, a quarter acre, or 1 1/4 acres? There's going to be issues if you're trying to just do it by acre. But more importantly, there are issues too with law enforcement. And I think, as most players will be legit. I don't doubt that of those that are here. There are those that are not going to be and trying to skirt the rules. And it's going to keep, be honest here, it's going to keep our sheriff's department busy out there. And if you don't price it correctly, one of these calls is going to wipe out any of these tax gains. So I wouldn't say the 130,000 acre is the right price, but I definitely don't believe between the 1,000 to 10,000 is the correct price either, because it's just not going to cover the cost. I know there's a lot of wishful and hopeful dreams here of making big money, more power to you if you can do it right. But then we also have issues, odor control. We have problems. It's just the reality of the business. And anybody that lives near a farm is going to be calling us and talking about the problems coming with it. So you can look at this through other experiences from different communities that have had to deal with it. And there are communities that had. So for me, I want to make sure we're somewhere that's in a fair range. I would say I'd like to look at it more from square footage, from anywhere from, say, 50 cents a square foot to $3 a square foot. Because if we find at 50 cents, it's not covering the cost of law enforcement, there's still room to increase it. If we go too low and the voters approve that, thinking that this is what is out there, the only choices, find ourselves in trouble, we're going to find out we're subsidizing it. And I don't want to be in that situation. So my recommendation would be somewhere between the 50 cents a square foot to $3 a square foot. Gives us room to adjust if needed, but doesn't keep it too low at the same time.
Thanks.
Thank you. I mean, I have to believe that, I don't know how likely it is, and we could probably ask people in the industry that somebody does, a quarter of an acre, but why wouldn't we just adjust the per acre rate? We would just prorate
Dulce
it.
can speak on
right?
it. That was the plan, I believe.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to speak on that, but I didn't want to interrupt. We did the calculations based off of, so in each acre has 43,560 square feet. So we would just convert it down to the per square feet and charge that way if it's a quarter or, so we do have a mechanism to do that if it is smaller than 1 acre.
Yeah, thank you. And, I understand the concerns with, law enforcement, et cetera. However, I have visited some of these farms, and I will tell you, I think they've done an amazing job on the security measures. And possibly one thing would be, maybe there's a way that law enforcement can kind of work with the grower in kind of setting up a best practice, or if there's certain things that haven't been considered. But there's a vested interest for them keeping their farm really, really safe as well. And so obviously location's going to be critical. But I do think that in the ones that I have visited, I have been pretty impressed with the measures that they have gone to for security. I am really supportive of the 1,000 to 10,000 per acre. I think it does give us flexibility. We are in dire need of revenue. That doesn't mean that we ignore concerns, et cetera, but we have to start doing some things that potentially could bring in revenue. I think this is great for us to take it back to the voters. I agree with the language adjustment from reduced to adjust. I think we should be utilizing. The other thing that I would suggest is, and I don't know if maybe this is already happening, but if the ad hoc and stakeholder group, since there's such a tight timeline on getting all of the things ready. I think March 17th, we need to have everything to, all of the arguments, rebuttals, everything has to be filed with the elections office. If possibly the ad hoc and stakeholder group would continue working with staff and making sure that the language and that everything, simple little catches like what was caught today regarding, from reduce and adjusting it to adjust instead, little tweaks like that potentially could make a big difference. And so I'm supportive of it. I agree. I think June 2nd is the better election for us to get it to. I think it allows for our growers to plan kind of a little more long-term. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify a couple things, I appreciate, I'd be open to certainly refining the language if it's legally allowed to make those changes between now and I believe March 6th might have been the date.
It is March 6th.
March 6th.
Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, we can make that change from reduce to adjust. We believe that would be an accurate statement, as would reduce, but we can make that change and we will do so.
Could we have, and I can go either way here, but as Supervisor Sotelo suggested, can we still have, if we don't have another board meeting between now and March 6th, which we don't, could we have the ad hoc be given direction to refine the language without coming back to the board? If it's within the direction of the board as a whole.
You're correct.
Okay.
If the board so directs the ad hoc committee, then yes.
Okay, so I would be supportive of that. I understand the points Supervisor Velasquez is making about covering costs, but just for context purposes, I just want to point out what hasn't been brought up, which is that the county has a max acreage structure in place, and we've moved basically from 500 to now 1,000 acres maximum, and it will be going up over the next couple of years up, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody out there, if I don't have this correct, but it will be going up to basically 2,000 acres maximum throughout the county. So if you do the math on that, just right now, with 1,000 acres times the minimum, and I don't expect us to set, if the voters approve this, I don't expect us to set the minimum at 1,000. But if you did the minimum alone, you'd be creating $1 million in revenue from just the minimum, and you'd be going up to, let's just say theoretically we do 2,000, because I'll be upfront. There was discussion about roughly $2,000 an acre. It's around the 2.5 cents amount under the prior formula. I think 2.5 or 5 cents. But either way, if you did $2,000 or $2,500, but let's just say $2,000 an acre, right now, you'd be generating $2 million in revenue right now. And by the time we get to the 2,000 acre max in a couple of years, you'd be generating $4 million. And under the current structure that's being proposed, giving us that flexibility to go all the way up to $10,000 an acre, theoretically, you could generate up to $20 million annually, theoretically, under the current structure. So we would be certainly covering the costs. And I don't believe I've heard of really any major issues with the sheriff's office to this point. And I've been very upfront with the growers and the stakeholders that, and I'll say this again and again, we're putting in a really practical policy. Now it's on the industry. If the voters approve this, it's on the industry to show that this is viable, to show that can be done the right way. So they have a vested, responsibility to do this the right way. If they want to grow here and stay here long term and make this and allow San Benito County to set a good example of how this can be done the right way, it's going to be on the industry to do it the right way. And if we start to get problems, then that's going to obviously come back and we're going to have to look at it. But I have faith that what we're doing is creating enough revenue between $1 million and $20 million in potential revenue over the long term, and we won't have to keep coming back to the voters every so often. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to point out that for the record, if it passes as is like this, I'm not going to be voting to support the minimum. Just for the record, if everyone's aware of that, I'm not going to be setting it at 1,000. Things are right now, just so we know, so it's clear. That is for, like we said, if there's dramatic market changes and we have that room to adjust. But I'm not in favor of setting at the minimum. I want to have that range, though. Additionally, I don't know who would be best to speak on this, but are the growers subject to the zones, right, where they can and can't grow this particular crop? Is that, Abraham, do you know if the growing zones, is that I think maybe there's certain hospitality areas where it's not permitted. I mean, if you could speak on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. That is correct. The general plan does have current zones that does not allow for the land use of cannabis cultivation or any other cannabis types of use, particularly like in the tourism areas and so forth. There's minimum setbacks to roads and so forth. So all of that, when we receive applications, we make sure that that is being considered and that the applications are consistent to those requirements.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that was clear because I know that there is some valid concerns with.
Sure.
odors and whatnot in certain areas. So I'm glad that that is clarified. I don't really have anything else at this point. I know that I should go back. Supervisor Curro, do you have any follow-ups?
I don't have any follow-ups. I do acknowledge why there's concern about ensuring there's enough revenue to support law enforcement. The thing is, if we don't adjust this and get the voters' approval, this cannabis ordinance is never going to bring any revenue into our community. And in my opinion, from why the voters approved this previously was because they knew and were looking for other ways of bringing revenue without taxing the everyday resident of San Benito County. So I completely agree that 1,000 is very low, and we have to adjust it to what the market is and how it will keep from pushing growers out, but at the same time holding them accountable. So if we're too cheap, we're going to get cheap operators. And I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki, it's about the industry. And if we're too expensive, we push any of it completely out of the county. I know a lot of people are not supportive of cannabis as a whole, but if we can find that sweet spot that allows us to work with the industry so that revenue is coming in to our community, it will benefit us so much more than having to look at other taxes for our residents. So I really appreciate this item being brought forward. At the same time, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I just am happy I was able to hop on right when this item came up because this was the main item I wanted to be here today. So thank you, and I appreciate all the comments from the speakers.
Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, I may just make a point of clarification. What the board would be approving is that this question would be posed to the voters and provide a range. And while I think it's acknowledged that the range will depend upon any number of factors as to how it is set and when it is set. But I want to make sure that it's clear that the board today has not made any determination as to what that range may be. That is a decision that will come subsequent, assuming that the voters approve the adjustment to the tax. So I know there have been comments made that it may be appropriate that the future range may be X, but I think it's important to note that the board has not predetermined what that actual rate will be. And that will be based upon a number of factors that will be then considered by the board at that time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for clarity, the rate as opposed to the range, because the range is being set at 1,000 to 10,000.
That's correct.
Actual rate.
But the actual rate will be determined by the board at a subsequent period, subsequent point in time based on a consideration of a number of factors. If the voters approve the modification, the adjustment to the tax, and we have a new range which the board may then set as the rate.
Great.
Great. Is there any motions then from the supervisors at this point?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we adopt the resolution calling for election to submit to the voters an amendment to the ordinance. If there's a way to adjust the lowering language in the resolution, I would appreciate that too. I don't know if we can do that because the way it's worded, it says lowering. Can we make that minor adjustment to say adjusting even in the resolution?
Yes, the language in the question will be changed from reduce to adjust.
So adjusting the cannabis business activities tax rate, consolidating said election with June 2nd, 2026, authorize county council to prepare impartial analysis as stated and direct the ad hoc to work with stakeholders and staff on refining the ballot question language to fit in line with the direction given today here from the entire board.
And then if I may add one more thing, if the board chooses
I'll second so that we can continue the conversation.
Thank you.
Sorry. If the board chooses to take a position on this, so an argument can be filed also by the March 6th deadline.
So we can make that decision today?
Yeah.
I think
make
certainly,
a motion.
I think it goes without saying, if you support putting this on the ballot, that you should be supporting the tax structure. So I would add to the motion that the Board of Supervisors would take a position of support in favor of adjusting the tax rate.
And I would just note that the
Structure.
impartial analysis that'll be drafted by the county counsel's office will also be certain to make these clarifications.
Supervisor Sotelo, are you okay with the amendment there?
Yes, I'm fine with the friendly amendment.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
No.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
4-1 vote, motion passes.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, before you move on to the next item, can we go back to item 3.4? There was no motion for the resolution on the item.
Oops. Okay, back to 3.4. Is there
So
any,
I move to approve the resolution.
is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Great, roll call vote on 3.4.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
And then Supervisor Curro had said she was going to abstain. So
Yes,
4-0.
abstain.
Thank you. 4-0 vote, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. Okay, you want to do 3.6 right now? So everyone's waiting here.
Yes.
If we can do that, yep. 3.6, Probation Department ratify and approve the Local Community Corrections Partnership Public Safety Annual Realignment Plan for fiscal year 25-26.
Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, before you begin that item, I just would like to clarify that the last item on 3.5 also included authorizing the auditor controller to prepare the tax rate statement.
Okay. Oh, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. Clarification.
If I could ask one more question on that whole item. I know there was talk about the board supporting the item on the ballot, and I voted no, so my name wouldn't be on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors, members of the public. My name is Ana Cortez. I'm the city manager for the city of Hollister, and I'm just going to speak very briefly on this item. My understanding is that the allocation of about $218,000 a year to the city of Hollister is consistent with the direction given by AB 109. And that also includes an allocation of roughly about $500,000 for rims. And this is a portion of a total allocation that is between $1.5 and $2.5 million. And if there are any other questions, we are here to answer.
Thank you. Okay, if that's it for, did you want to speak before or just here for questions? That's what I thought. Yeah, okay, yeah, please present.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Ashlyn Knez, I'm Chief Probation Officer here in San Benito County. I also chair the Community Corrections Partnership Committee. Before you today, I have our Community Corrections Public Safety Realignment Plan for fiscal year 25-26. Unfortunately, I don't have a formal presentation. This item was pulled from consent and placed on regular agenda at the last minute, but I am happy to go through the plan itself. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to presume if there are questions about this item, it's probably with respect to the budget. So I will spend the bulk of my time reviewing our overall budget for Community Corrections Partnership. To begin, AB 109 was a really key piece of legislation that was signed by former Governor Jerry Brown in April of 2011 and went into effect in October of 2011. As part of this, the Community Corrections Partnership was developed to include anywhere from 12 to 15 CCP members with a voting body of an executive steering committee of 7 members. And so every single year since the inception, Community Corrections Partnership has met and has reviewed the use and spending of the AB 109 funding. So with respect to the realignment plan itself, this plan I did bring forward back in September of 2025, and there really is not very many modifications to the contents included. It provides you an overview of basically the summary of AB 109, going into some of the strategies of what each of the different agencies is partaking in, as well as some of the goals that CCP as a committee has agreed upon and has executed. Excuse me. I'm just getting down to the budget. Vanessa, how do we switch from the plan to the actual budget? Because I'm going to spend most of my time talking about the budget. If we can pull the one-time budget up first. I added additional items. Okay. So in the agenda item, you'll see I added the actual realignment plan itself. In addition to that, I added in the community corrections base and growth allocation, which shows all the different fiscal years, what the base allocation amount that was received here in San Benito County. And then if there were growth funds allocated, those are also included. There's a trend since the inception that we have received additional funding year after year. This funding was constitutionally actually guaranteed through the passage of additional propositions. And so year after year, we do receive money. This is not like a one-time funding. This is continual funding that we receive on an annual basis. The allocation amount for fiscal year 25-26, and you have to understand everything is an estimate, right, is 2.9 million. So as you can see here are different expenditures. This is our ongoing budget, ongoing and one-time budget. So you have here all the different agencies. There's a number of different positions that are being funded through this funding stream. In addition, we have different programming and services that are offered through the county jail, some rehabilitative programming, as well as we do have an SIU. It's a special intelligence unit, and it's a collaborative partnership between Hollister Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, the Sheriff's Office, and the Probation Department. We also, at the bottom here, have one-time expenditures. These expenditures are coming out of our carryover funds of unused funds that we have in our budget. So that is also reflected here. I do think it's important to note, sorry, if I had a formal presentation, this would be a little bit more smoother, but we are where we are. So if you look here, this is a really, really small spreadsheet, but I want to make sure that it's clear for the board. Back in 2016, 2017, our allocation was 1.6 million. As you can see, year after year after year, it has continued to grow. Right here. And I'm just looking for this allocation right here, 2.9 is what we're expected to receive next fiscal year in 26-27. I really want to show that just because I think when I came back in March of 2025, there was concern that this money wasn't something that we would be receiving, or that it would run out, or that, you know, there would be a need for CCP to come before the board and ask for general fund dollars or something of that nature. But I can assure you that that is not really going to happen. We receive funding. The only thing that is unsure is the growth funds that we receive from year to year. They change based off of sales tax revenue that's generated by the state. There's a little over 1% of sales tax that's dedicated to this funding stream, in addition to $12 of every vehicle license fee is also attributed to this funding stream. So there's incoming revenue year after year. Going back to the plan itself, I do want to note, because we did reconcile our 24-25 budget. And I think the things that stand out to people the most is, why are your expenditures exceeding your revenue? And I think that's a fair question to ask. And collectively, as a CCP committee, we have been very conservative with our funds year after year since the inception. And that has resulted in a very healthy reserve balance, which is in the trust fund account. When I pulled that number up today, just to see what was in there, we had $13,301,000.
Sorry, Ashley, can we pause real quick? Supervisor Curro just dropped from the Zoom. No, I think she just got dropped, so she needs to rejoin.
Yes, if we could just take a 5-minute break
Okay.
to correct these technical issues. Thank you, Mr.
As soon as
Chair.
she gets back.
As soon as she gets back.
Okay.
Our running joke, 5 minutes.
10 minutes.
You weren't kidding about okay.
We just want to put you on the spotlight for additional 5 minutes.
Happy to be here.
No. Seems worse. Oh.
Yeah, so do we. We hear her too, but
Hear
she can't hear us.
Sorry, I can hear you now.
Okay,
Oh my gosh.
great.
Sorry, guys.
No
I got
worries.
kicked off.
All good. Let's
Okay,
just
welcome
continue.
back.
Thank you for that.
So as I was stating, the overall reserve balance for the AB 109 is sitting at $13,301,291.41. So given that we have a pretty healthy reserve, last fiscal year, the CCP, when we met, we had come to a mutual understanding that we were comfortable with overspending and approving some one-time allocations and other things because we had all of this money. So as you can see in this one-time expense budget for everything that's listed in orange, this was what our estimated one-time expenses were, which totaled $663,105.34. Now, if you look at what those actual expenditures are, 2 of those weren't able to be processed with the auditor's office in that last fiscal year, which is why they carried over to the current fiscal year. So our actual one-time expenses only amounted to $81,000. So these 2 were from last fiscal year, already previously approved, carried over. That was for the PD and the public defender. And then these 3 additional one-time expense for the flock camera system from the sheriff's office, the Carpel and RIMS interface between the district attorney and the PD was approved, as well as the public defender's contract portion for the second fiscal year of $530,000 in partnership with county administration was also included in this year's fiscal budget. And then, so that's just giving you kind of some back history as to why the budget reflects what it does. If you look at what it doesn't necessarily show it here, but in fiscal year 24-25, our total expenditures were 3.7 and our revenue was 3.1. So this was the first year in the last 15 years of the inception of CCP that we actually did dip into that reserve funding and use more than the revenue that we received. But it was the first time that we'd done that. And that amount was $630,000. So in our expenditures for 25-26, I'm going to go back to the budget that shows both the one-time and the ongoing expenditures here. Our total expenses are amounting to $5,109,843.91. We are anticipating receiving revenue of about 2.9 million, which means there would be additional money pooled from that 13 million reserve in that amount of 2.1 million. Some considerations that I think are important to know are, I gotta wrap it up. Okay. Over 1 million over 1 million on this budget is one-time expenses that will fall off as of July 1st. In particular, the Hollister PD's record software that was approved as a one-time allocation that was paid out in January. So that's already been said and done. When we're looking at why everything has increased so much, when the board approves any contract negotiation, salaries, benefits, that 13%, all of that had to be accounted for in our budget for all of our ongoing salaries. And at the time, we had 25 positions that we were funding through CCP. That has since been reduced, and we have about 21 county positions that we're funding. And then also sometimes in the last 2 years, there's been a lot of revamping on my part as chief and chair of CCP in the development of CCP bylaws, in the development of getting a real streamlined CCP process in place, scheduling meetings on a consistent and ongoing basis, having a proposal format and something in place for those who are coming and asking to use these funds in place. All of that I've been streamlining, and then also the reconciliation of this budget. This is a very complicated budget. Allocations begin in September every fiscal year for the state controller. They deposit money monthly from September through October, which is a different fiscal year than our county fiscal year. So it does make planning a a little challenging. In addition, we have probation-specific funds through SB 678 and PRCS mitigation funds that also sit in that AB 109 Community Corrections Trust Fund account. I have asked the auditors and I've worked on requesting to have those monies parsed out because they are probation-specific and are not for CCP's use. That's a work in progress. I think the auditors are really busy right now with budget and their external audit and other things, but we have had discussions with them about moving those monies out so that the number in there is truly a number for CCP. In addition, I would just say, you know, historically, our funding has increased every single year. And because we have such a healthy reserve, the interest that's accrued is over $500,000 every year. That comes quarterly and it's deposited on various different months. And again, this is an estimate as far as a budget. If I look at what was recommended in last fiscal year for 24-25, the overall budget at that time was $5.4 million. What we actually ended up spending was 3.7. And a lot of that is also attributed to salary savings when there's vacancies, things of that nature. And that's going to continue to be an issue, quite frankly, because I know like for both the sheriff's office, and he's not here to speak, and my office, we have a huge retention issue. And keeping people is an ongoing problem for us. I think since the adoption of our budget just in September, October, I've had 6 resignations and 2 retirements. So I'm constantly hiring, backfilling, having positions that are open and vacant that we're recruiting for. And that also results in a lot of salary savings because a lot of those positions are tied to some of these things. So I just wanted to also keep the board apprised of that as well. I can tell you to date, in looking at the state controller's website, for September through now, we have received 1.1 million in revenue thus far for AB 109 CCP. And with that, I don't have any additional. I'm assuming there's specific questions that maybe one or several board members have, and I'll do my best to answer those.
Thank you. We're going to do a public comment first before
Okay,
you
go
got
for
into
it.
it. That's all right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. I have no public comment.
Great. Supervisor Velasquez.
Hey, Chief, thank you for the presentation. And thank you for taking it so serious, the budget. And I appreciate you took time to go through it with all the different agencies, understanding your reserves that were very healthy, which is, it's okay to use some of those reserves for one time. Funding. That's what you want to do. You don't want to keep too healthy a reserve. You want to make sure you're using it up. And again, great job with the presentation, the explanation of what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yeah, just for clarification, we were provided some additional numbers that we basically have. The fund balance is actually a little over 12 million, and that $5 million is restricted to long-term debt obligations for the jail project and another $800,000 for PRCS funds, which leaves about 6.36 million in available fund balance. And I agree that, you know, when you have a reserve, I think I've said this about 1,000 times, it should be really focused on one-time expenditures. The concern that I have is that even if you take out the one-time expenditures, there still is a deficit.
Yes.
And so how are we going to reduce the deficit so that we get this budget to a point where you don't have to make hard decisions down the line or come to the county and ask for general fund money to subsidize this?
That's a great question. I don't think to date we've ever done that, and there's no plan to do that. If anything, these funds are used to offset general fund, to be
No,
frank.
I understand, but how, since you have a $5.1 million budget and revenue of 2.9 and change, that's over $2 million deficit. You have $6 million. At this rate, you're going to be running out of reserve money within a few
Yes.
years. So how are you going to reduce the budget so you don't run out of reserves in a few
I'm not
years.
sure exactly what you're referencing as far as the 5 million or what additional
The
information. we're-
$5.1 million in expenses and the $2.9 million in revenue. So there's a
Yes.
$2.1 million deficit, $2.2 million close
Yes.
to. Even if you take the one-time expenditures out of that, you're still running a deficit.
Yes, that's correct.
So how are you going to reduce the deficit and have a balanced budget so that we do not run out of reserves?
So as a committee, every single year, even though we have what we coin as an ongoing budget, every single year, departments, agencies are required to come forth and put a proposal forth. So we are not looking at it like, okay, I said I was going to fund the district attorney investigator at 266,000 from now until the end of time. Every single year, they have to come forth with a new proposal. And at that time, we're looking at where we're at, what we have. There's 7 committee members who sit on the executive steering committee and are voting on the use of these funds. So I'm one of 7 votes. And we're very cognizant of that, which is why, like for myself, I've made a concerted effort to reduce some of my staffing positions. I eliminated a reentry case manager. I moved my monies around for other things to not have to go through CCP funding. We've had that conversation at CCP with the executive committee, and they're well aware that, you know, in a year or two, when we have a good idea of what are all of our expenses that we're actually anticipating spending, that we're actually spending, we are prepared to make those hard decisions and to reduce what we need to reduce, eliminate what we need to eliminate, and look at it. But
Because there's $1 million still in deficit is what I'm seeing.
yes, no, I understand.
Even and so ongoing expenses are ongoing expenses. They don't go away.
Yes,
So if you decide not to fund it with CCP, it needs to be funded with something else, hence the general fund, theoretically, or another funding source. So that's my concern,
Yes.
is that we're still running $1 million a year deficit.
Mhm.
We're going to be down to, correct me if I'm wrong, would we be down to $4 million after this?
no.
We wouldn't. We'd still be at 6 million. Can somebody
No.
clarify that? Because what I'm seeing here is the 6.36 in available fund balance.
That's not correct. I'm not sure where
But
that's coming from.
This is from Joe Paul Gonzalez. So I don't know if Joe Paul, sorry for putting you on the spot, but I did get this right before the meeting. That basically there's $6.36 million. When you take out the committed funding that we already have for long-term debt and the jail project, there's basically $6+ million in available fund balance. And if you're running $1 million a year deficit, you're going to be out of reserves in 6 years.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying these positions, everything that we have on here has to be voted on and approved
Right,
every year.
but they're
So we are
position-
prepared to remove things as needed when the time comes.
So you're talking about,
Eliminating
but
positions if
we're
we need
approving
to.
positions now with the notion that we're expecting to eliminate those positions later, because there's no other way to reduce the budget than to eliminate those positions.
That's not true at all.
How else would you
Because there's
reduce?
other services, programs, and things that are
Okay.
tied to this. So
Well,
we
whether
have,
it's positions or programs, I guess.
yeah, well, if you just let me finish. We have, for example, electronic monitoring fees. We have contracts with Gavilan College. We have contracts to do anger management classes in the jail. We have contracts for, the North Point is like a system that the jail uses. There's an end date to all of these things. When I'm contracting and I'm doing things on behalf of CCP, we run contracts maybe 1 or 2 years because I'm very cognizant that the money, I'm looking at what I have point in time today, future planning, making sure that we are not putting ourselves in a hole by any means or having to come back for the, but I'll let Joe Paul speak to whatever it is that he was going to say for the 6 million. I'm not sure what that references to.
Good afternoon, Chair Zanger and Board of Supervisors. Joe Paul Gonzalez, Auditor Controller. That reference is related to the long-term debt obligation that the CCP took on when it voted to supply the county with a source of funding to be able to make the AB 109 debt payments of $250,000 a year. And that $5 million long-term debt obligation is related to that obligation.
For the jail project.
Yes.
And then you have another $800,000 for whatever what does PRCS stand for?
Yeah, those are the funds that the chief had mentioned that should not be specifically in that fund, although they have related types of purposes. That those funds are controlled solely by the probation department, not by the CCP.
But the
They should be segregated.
The larger point is that we certainly don't have $13 million with the actual number is 12.1, and we don't have 12.1. We actually have about 6.36 in realistic reserves because we have long-term obligations that when you take out the long-term obligations, that's what I have here in front of me, this memo, that we have $6.36 million in available fund balance. And if we're running a seven-figure deficit every year, those monies are going to be, and I understand what the chief is saying, that you can make adjustments from year to year. But that's a significant deficit that I still continue to have concerns about.
Yeah, I think that the chief made it clear that the AB one, the CCP's funding as a source is, there's no requirement for them to actually commit those funds, excuse me, over the long term. So, except for this long-term debt that they voted to do so. So if they decide to not fund the DA's position in a future year, that's how they will reduce their obligations. So yeah, they're a funding source for really the general fund.
I appreciate that. And I guess just trying to think long-term here, I would prefer, and again, the CCP is legally allowed to make the decisions that they make, but my suggestion would be, if you're going to use it for positions, that there be an expectation that those positions are staying, or else you're budgeting for something that will be gone at some point. You're going to be having to put that basically back on the county and the county board. And so if we're hiring people with CCP funding, there should be an expectation that those funds are committed to those positions. I understand with programs, because programs are just simply easier to pull the rug out from. But when it comes to positions, I would just strongly recommend that that we start to have a plan, where a longer term plan of how these monies are allocated, so that we aren't having to make difficult decisions with positions down the road, or pushing it to the county and the county board, where now it's on the county and it's the county board's fault per se that somebody has to be laid off, which I don't think is necessarily a fair way of doing things.
Well, I can only speak to what I know. What I know is that this is a funding source that has seen its revenue increase year over year. It is a funding source that has the discretion to fund positions and programs if they so choose, and they also can defund programs and positions. So it's they work independently from the county.
That's it.
Okay. Supervisor Sotelo, do you have anything?
No, not really. I mean, I think that there are a lot of, there are positions that are included in the CCP budget, but there's also a lot of contracted. And so I would imagine that the CCP committee would take a hard look at everything. I mean, if they ever got to a place where it's like, oh my gosh, we don't have any more money in our reserves, they would have to make those hard decisions. And I think it would be up to that committee. I don't think it's a given that, just because they're funding something today, they expect us to fund it in the future, or vice versa. I think I appreciate they've really stepped up and helped us sitting on that public defender oversight committee with $530,000 over the last 2 years. That has really, that took a huge strain off of the general fund that we would have had to pay, and the CCP stepped up and willingly did that. So I think that, yes, right now, currently, they're spending more than they brought in for this year. But I don't know what year was that spreadsheet when it first started, 2000, did it go back to 2016, 17? They've been bringing in more money than typically they've been spending. Like Chief Canez said, the first year they've dipped into reserves was last year. And so, yes, it is a bigger number. I think there is reason to be concerned. But I think that we have to trust their judgment and know that they're doing the right thing, and that if there's reductions that have to be made, they will make that. And I don't think there's an assumption that we will fund any of those. I think some of those things, those positions in particular as well, would have to be reduced. So I fully trust the CCP committee and their recommendations, and I am fine moving forward.
Okay. Supervisor Kuro.
Can I clarify a couple things, Ashlyn? And Joe Paul, I'm not sure who will answer this. So we have revenues that are coming in every year. I believe my notes said about $500,000 a year. Is that how much is coming in? Approximately, $500,000 to $600,000 a year coming in on that AB 109 funding.
No, the funding is at 2.9 million.
Per year.
Yes. Well, we received 2.8 in fiscal year 24-25, and we're receiving 2.9 for fiscal year 25-26. And we're anticipating our projection for the upcoming fiscal year is again at 2.9 million.
Okay, and then Joe Paul, you noted that we have a $250,000 per year long-term debt obligation. We're paying $250,000 per year on that long debt obligation. How long is that long debt?
That goes until 2030, but I do want to preface at any point in time, CCP can unfund that.
Right, so CCP could unfund that, but if we're moving forward, that's $250,000 coming out of your 2.whatever million that's coming in each year right now, correct?
Yes.
I want to just make sure I'm understanding that. Because when you take the full debt out in the reserves, that's like paying off the debt right now. And we don't have your approval to pay off the debt right now. It's a long-term debt that CCP has to renew each year.
That's correct. That would be like when we're talking about leaving 6.36 million, that would be if we didn't receive revenue year after year.
If we never received revenue again, then we had to pay off that debt obligation right now.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was understanding, because where my questions come from is being able to, one, continue to work with the CCP on ensuring that $250,000 will be paid through 2030, so that doesn't come back to the county, but then continuing to allow, which CCP, we really have no control over if they fund it or not. Do I understand that correctly?
That's correct. The CCP really serves more as an advisory for the use of how those funds are allocated locally in the community for San Benito County and public safety.
Right. So I am good with this, understanding that you have more revenue coming in. Your long-term obligations are over a period of time at $250,000, which we thank the CCP for covering right now. And I hope that continues. One of my biggest challenges in dealing with any of these realignment funds is that it's time, again, we need to have the conversation with the state about a new realignment and what that looks like when it comes to ensuring we have funding coming in for required services. That's a conversation for another time. But I thank you for your presentation, and I really appreciate all of your Excel showing your budget breakdowns and your expenditures. It really helped clarify where my questions were. The only other thing was, you said the PRCS funds. are still currently going into the AB 109 account? Has that not yet been separated out into a separate fund?
It has not at this time.
But that is something that the auditor's office is working on, correct?
Yes, we are, our intent is to make those changes after we have completed all our, the audit for the 24-25 year and began the process for the year-end close for this year.
Okay. I really appreciate that because one of the things that is the most challenging when it comes to maintaining a balanced budget is ensuring that we're not commingling funds in the same account. So I really appreciate whatever we can do to work together to make sure that our funds are separated based on what their usage is so that we're not commingling funds and having issues with where they're being spent. So I appreciate both of you being there and thank you for answering my question.
Yes, Supervisor Sotelo.
Now I'm a little bit confused and I've got some clarifying questions. How many years do we have left to pay off the jail?
You know, that's why I asked the sheriff to be here because some of those are proposals that were passed and approved prior to my coming on as chief or chairing CCP.
So what gets paid off in 2030?
From what I asked him this question and I believe it was committed. Oh, he is on. I believe it was committed to 2030 to pay through 2030. The year
that CCP would pay through 2030 and then that 250,000 then comes to the general fund?
No, I think then it's paid off.
Okay, because I think this is where we're getting hung up on.
The sheriff needs to jump
on.
so-
I'll be quiet in 1 second. But right, what we were given today is that there's $5 million on the long-term debt obligations that are being held for the jail project. So that is not, so what you're saying, what I'm hearing from you and what Supervisor Curro just asked is that there's 1 million that should be in reserve for, that's restricted for this long-term debt obligation. But what we're hearing from the auditor's office is that it's 5 million. So I think there's a discrepancy in how much time and money do we have left on that long-term debt obligation? I think that's maybe a little bit of the confusion.
And I believe the CCP is only paying a portion because it's only an ongoing $250,000 allocation. So I don't know if that 5 million is contributing for the entire loan.
Okay.
And if that's where the confusion is hung up, but if the sheriff is on and he wants to speak on that, he was there.
Thank you, Ashlyn. But I think I've clarified where the confusion is.
50,000 times 20 years.
Right, but is there still 20 years or is there only 4 years?
Sheriff Taylor, you can unmute yourself.
All these technical difficulties in this day and age.
Do another
5 minutes.
So we're not doing another 5.
No,
5 minutes.
Maybe Joe Paul, can you speak to it? Do you know?
You know, if I could just,
Well, let's see, Joe. Let's have Joe Paul. Can you answer the question here? If not, if the sheriff can't get on, and then we can move from there.
The 5 million number is what we owe yet in payments.
Okay. Is that everything? Does that answer your questions, Supervisor Sotelo?
Yeah, but it seems that there's confusion between what the CCP has on their records for how long they're paying it. And then it sounds like that will become a debt obligation for the general fund potentially if CCP is not planning on paying for it after 2030. Right?
Because they're paying 250.
Because they're paying the
It's not gonna
250
get to the
per
5
year
million.
right now. Joe Paul, is that the total amount that we pay on that jail annually?
No, I don't believe so. It's slightly more than that.
Okay.
I'm just working off memory. I would need to verify that.
All right. Thank you.
Chair, okay.
Yeah.
Chief, if I could, I know you're stunned with all the numbers going back at you there.
No, I'm fine.
But look, I appreciate, again, as I said, what you're doing, what all of you are doing. And what I would recommend is take it back, look at it as more of a 5-year plan. When we started this whole year, we knew there was going to be financial issues across the board. And at the very beginning, I said, it's going to take us at least 2 years to get out of it, because then we're going to know our true numbers. So if you start looking at these things as 5 years, what your commitment is for each of the years that you cannot get out of, it's going to help you paint that picture to design a budget that makes sense in case the dollars don't come through. You'll be safe. Of course, giving yourself that buffer of the reserve. And that's why we have the reserves, so we have that buffer. So that would be my recommendation. We want to know, is it 4 years or is it longer as far as the jail conversation goes? What the commitments are to each item that you cannot get out of.
Can
And
I
you're
ask a
gonna-
clarifying question? When you say the revenue is not coming through, are you meaning the CCP funding? Like the
I don't
annual
mean the revenues. I'm matching the expenditures is what I'm trying to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah. So once you know that, your commitments for the 5 years, you're going to be able to do your budget in a way that if there's an issue, you can still make your way out of it. And I think that's what all departments need to be doing, really. And I think most have started that process. We'll get there. I see where you're going with this, and it makes sense to me, but I just want to make sure you're identifying those that are fixed hard, that you're not going to be able to.
You should see what everything looked like before I started working on everything.
I got to see everything from
Okay.
this side, the big picture. You should have seen that. And we're getting there together.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure you look at that from a 5-year perspective, then we can get there.
Noted.
Mr. Chair, is there a way to, and again, you're autonomous in a sense, but is there a way for us to make us at least a suggestion that you come back with either a 3 to 5, something in that range, 3 to 5 year plan, so that there's confidence that there's an outlook for how we're going to balance this, and that in a way that's, because doing this year to year, I know you're allowed to do that, but I just don't think it's.
Well, yeah, if I can just jump in, because I haven't had a chance here. Yeah, because I think that would be wise as well, because the only issue, even if we take apart the one-time expenditures, is that we're 60% higher than we were the previous year in terms of deficit. So that rate is not on a good trajectory. Does that make sense? So if we just kept doing this, we'd be taking out the one-time 1.6 instead of 1 million this year, right? And so that's, I think, my hang up. I explained a lot last year that it was, I don't like the deficit, but the problem is that it's getting wider, it's getting bigger. That's my issue with it. And I worry that trajectory doesn't work out long-term. And so I would agree it'd be great to see something projected out a few years, but go ahead. You can answer his question now. I'm just throwing that in.
What I was going to say is the importance of the committee member and their role in coming to CCP and expressing, Chair Zanger, you're assigned to Community Corrections Partnership. If you have requests that you want to bring forward of this nature and have it heard at CCP and all of the members vote and we can move on doing that, I'm not opposed to building a separate long-term budget, but your voice is very important, which is why it's important for you to be at the meetings so that you're expressing whatever it is you're, representing the board. If there's concerns like what you're talking about and what I'm hearing about here in this open meeting, those are the things that need to be brought to the meetings.
I'm happy to
consistent-
suggest it at the meeting if now is not a good place to suggest the long-term budget forecasting. But
Because at the end of the day, I'm one person, I chair CCP, but and I oversight the budget, and my budget officer does a great job with constantly looking at this because we're changing things, we're approving things, we're unapproving things. We have new allocation, we have growth funds, we've, all these things that are happening. But for me to just say right now, yeah, I'm committed to taking on the extra responsibility and work of developing this budget for you, when I don't have a collective agreement for my CCP executive committee, wouldn't really be wise. I would like to get their input because I'm one of 7 voting members and I chair it and I take responsibility over the budget and presenting that, but I'm one of 7 advisory people who speak to these funds.
got it. Did you have something, County Council? I think.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Now having listened to these concerns and comments that have been made on both sides of the issue now for the 24-25 and now the 25-26 fiscal years, what I might suggest is that rather than have this plan come forward for the board's review more than halfway through the fiscal year, that you may want to consider, to the extent that it's possible, is that the CCP would bring this plan forward in May for the 2026-27 fiscal year, to do so in conjunction with the board's approval of the budget for 26-27. That might be one consideration. And second, you absolutely do have the right to recommend and to suggest that when that plan comes forward for that fiscal year for this board to approve, which it has the right to do, to approve or disapprove under the penal code, is that a forecast, or this is a plan, that the CCP look forward at what a 3-year budget or 3-year plan may look like, realizing that it's just a plan and it's going to be modified presumably year to year as the needs of the CCP, the needs of the individual agencies, the needs of the county are changing, especially with respect to the amount of funding that the state is going to commit year after year. There is no assurance that those funds are going to continue at the same rate or an increased rate as they have over the prior 10 years. So those might be a couple of considerations for this board.
Right. Well, okay. Either way, we should move forward in this one way or the other. So I think we need to.
I do want to clarify one thing.
Sure.
So Diane Cummins was the advisory on when AB 109 was implemented. She just recently released out kind of like an AB 109 guide. It's like gives you all the background history. And we just had that sent to us last week. I'd be happy to share that. It has a lot of additional information with respect to AB 109. But I do want to note there is actually no statutory requirement for me to bring the plan forward every single year. And that's even outlined coming straight from Diane Cummins, who sat on as the lead advisory in the implementation and development of AB 109. The reason why I'm bringing this plan forward is, one, at the advice of County Council, because I think there's a lot of questions with respect to the budget, but also it's to streamline efficiency with processing everything that's being voted and approved on by the Executive Steering Committee. I've been running into so many issues the last 2 fiscal years with getting just basic contracts signed, executed, invoices paid, things of that nature. So the plan is brought forward to streamline that entire process. It's not actually statutorily required for me to bring this plan before the board every year after year after year after year. So I just want to be very clear on that.
So then do we, I guess then what do we vote on each when you bring it? Is that just like
It's just the budget.
Oh, just the budget. Yeah, the
So-
budget. Okay, the budget
But,
has to be
like,
brought
I don't
forward.
have to update the plan every year. I could
Oh, I
bring
see.
forth the same plan or the original plan
Yeah.
that was, not that I would do that. I think that would be silly, but I just want to be clear. The voting for this, it's actually, it's an opposite vote almost. It's 4/5.
Yes. Yeah. Of
The
course,
plan
four
is
to say
deemed
no.
accepted by the board unless 4/5 of you vote to not approve.
Right, but the budget has to come every year, I'm saying.
The budget
And
comes
that-
every year
okay.
during the normal budget process
Got it.
cycle.
Got it.
In that, we always do that during every budget cycle. We submit our spreadsheets. We do everything in OpenGov.
Right. Well, we don't want to keep going back and forth here. So if there's,
Yeah, I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. I'll make a motion to approve the plan for fiscal year 2025 as recommended. Also authorize the chief probation officer to implement the plan as recommended, but also to give direction to the CCP that the Board of Supervisors is recommending to bring forth somewhere between a 3 to 5 year plan that shows that there's a plan to balance this budget while we still have reserves. Thank you.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. County Council?
Yes. And with all due respect to the chief and Diane Cummings, I respectfully disagree. I do believe that this board does have a role to play, and I do believe that it is required that the plan be brought forward to this board for approval each year. That was the advice that I provided to my former Board of Supervisors, Riverside County, and they continue to do that to this day. So I do think that the board has a very significant role to play. I don't think it should be minimized in any way. And I do believe that the statute should be respected for exactly what it says. We can have a debate over that, but I don't think the debate is healthy when the county works so closely and is ultimately responsible for the CCP funds. These are deposited into the general fund. So with all due respect to the chief and Diane Cummings, I do think that this should be coming forward every year. I think the board does have a role to play and they should provide their input. And yes, if the plan could be disapproved by a 4/5 vote, which would then result in it returning back to the CCP board for further consideration. I do believe that it should be brought forward in a timely fashion, and it should be done in conjunction with the board's approval of the budget rather than be brought more than halfway through the fiscal year. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, if I can add a comment
Yep.
to that too. I 100% agree. And this is important because it's not about us and them. It's about all of us together. And I can tell you, had that been done in the past, we wouldn't have these problems we're having this year. We really wouldn't. We're all a team together. And the more eyes sometimes, the more planning together, the more successful we're going to all be together. And that's really beneficial for all of you in public safety because you can plan further out to 5 years without the worries and the concerns about what if we don't have the money next year. We need to get past that and start looking at 5, 10-year plans. And again, we have to do it together. So it's not a requirement. It's what's the best practice? How do we get there successfully? That's where I want to go, and I'm sure all the other board members want to go, and all your teams. So just think of it as it's not a negative, it's a positive.
I never thought it was a negative.
I know you don't. That's why you always have that good smile on your face, and I appreciate what you're doing.
If I may,
Yeah,
I'd like to
Minister-
make an amendment to include the recommendation that there's this, can we recommend, we can't require that they bring it forward in May, but recommend that there be the plan be brought forward in conjunction with the planning of the county budget. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I add a comment?
Yes.
So, my opinion, based on prior conversations with the chief and with some of the challenges of being able to manage these funds, is that the chief and staff and the auditor and the CEO need to have a clear path on how these funds are not commingled with other funds to make the management of this as streamlined as possible. What I don't want to see is another, what is it, SB 179 or AB 179, whatever that legislation is, of where we keep bringing up, where's it going? Well, it's going in the general fund and it's not covering all the costs. There are some things that need to be isolated for budgetary purposes, and I think we need to really hear from the staff on what those are. Also, I respectfully ask that we have the conversation about the jail agreement and the CCP and what was agreed upon, have that history brought back to the board so we have a full understanding of what's happened in the past.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a first and a second. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been informed that we have to go to closed session and take lunch for our staff. So we're going to be going to closed session for, it's a short closed session. So as short as we need to eat lunch and get through it, which won't be very long today. Is there public comment in closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. I have no public comment.
Great. Okay, we will adjourn to closed session and return in, what do we think, an hour? Does that work for everyone to get food and do the closed session?
Oh, how much time do we need for food?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I said an hour for lunch and closed session until we
Oh,
get.
both together.
Yes. Does that work?
Are you asking that person to come back in an hour or?
Yes.
No, be done in an hour, right?
Come back to the regular meeting in 1 hour. Yes.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, we'll be back in an hour.
okay.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to continue the board meeting. We're moving to item 4, the Geologic Hazard Abatement District. So the board will adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the board.
Sorry, Supervisor, could we get the closed session?
Oh, yes, of course, of course. Is there county council? Is there anything to report from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors, having met in closed session as to items 5.1 through 5.4, there is no reportable action. Thank you.
Great. Okay, back to 4.1. The board is reconvening as the Board of Directors of the San Benito Geologic Hazard Abatement District. Is there a motion to acknowledge a certificate of posting?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye.
Do we have to do roll call?
Oh, do we need a roll call for this? Oh, of course, yes, roll call vote because if there is a Kuro on Zoom.
Sorry. Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor? Yes. Excuse me. Supervisor Curl?
Yes.
Thank you. 5-0 vote. Motion passes.
Thank you. Is there public comment of items of interest not on the agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, if you'd like to make a comment, you can come up to the podium. And I have no public comment.
Great. Moving to consent agenda is the action minutes of the December 16th, 2025 meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Second. Can you do a roll call vote, please, on the minutes?
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotero?
Yes.
Supervisor Curl?
Yes.
5-0 vote. Motion passes.
Great. Oh, is there public comment on the consent minutes? We can go back if there is. Is there
If
public
you'd
comment?
like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, go ahead and come to the podium. And I have no public comment.
Great. 4.3, receive presentation regarding the Geologic Hazard Abatement District background and staffing and authorize the chair of the GAD board to onboard a Geologic Hazard Abatement District GAD member and sign a contract in a not to exceed amount of $31,285. Is Steve Loop here for that? Or I
Not
guess we'll have a impersonator of Steve Loop.
My name's Eric Carroll with Indio Incorporated. Steve was going to return back here.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Oh, sorry, the microphone wasn't on.
Thank you. So my name is Eric Carroll from Ingeo. Steve Loop was going to be back in. I assume he's just a couple minutes delayed to provide the presentation. I know the board had some questions from last time. We've reviewed those, and I know his presentation will cover some of those, but we have answers to all, responses and answers to all of those. But I don't know if you want to wait for Steve. I apologize for this, but either way the board would like to proceed, we can go ahead.
Yeah, I would just proceed.
I'm great to proceed if that's fine with everyone. So,
Did you have the point by point sort of thing?
Yes, I'm reviewing the minutes from last time. We do have, there seemed to be a number of questions. I picked 6 off the last. And there we go. So maybe we'll go with this first, and then I can fill in any parts that are needed on that.
Start early. I put 3:05 on my notes.
The formatting, it looks really good.
It does.
Like the title and stuff on the.
Nice colors too.
No, just the logo and the date, everything looks very nice.
And then it's. Okay, there we go. Your presentation is. This one.
Yeah, thanks. right, good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. Sorry I'm a bit late. I put 3:05 on my time. And we are here today to discuss the Geological Hazard Abatement District and possible onboarding of a GAD manager. So a little bit of background. Back in 2016, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution that formed the Geological Hazard Abatement District for our county and appointed the Board of Supervisors as the GAD Board of Directors. So, per state law, GADs essentially are formed to perform emergency actions that prevent, mitigate, abate, or control geologic hazards. And there's actually GAD law in the Public Resources Code that gives local agencies the authority to form these districts so that they can address and maintain and treat various geological hazards and prevent, to the best of their abilities, geological hazards. So, the Promontory's Project's Environmental Impact Report, which is what we're here today to discuss, and the Promontory is a project, it's 90 lots, it's located as adjacent to the Ridgemark development, essentially that EIR discuss both the source of funding through landowner assessments for the GAD's performance. And then once established, the EIR discuss the GAD's specific responsibilities that would be set forth in the GAD's plan of control. It's kind of the outline of the responsibilities of the GAD. So, San Benito GAD annexed the Promontory project back in 2022. So when that 90-unit residential development was conditioned by the Planning Commission, one of the conditions was to require the Promontory to be annexed into the existing San Benito Geological Hazard Abatement District. And so the GAD had a resolution back in 2022 which approved that annexation and approved the plan of control. So, when the GAD was formed, the plan of control, essentially, it includes a plan for mitigating, abating, and trying to control identified hazards in this project area. It's prepared by a certified engineer, technically certified geologist, and it outlines the activities that the GAD will undertake. So, the areas of GAD parcels to be maintained and eventually obtained through ownership and transferred from the promontory are shown in orange up above. It essentially is the large basin, stormwater basin at the north side of the site, the slope on the south and east side of the site, and additionally, some of the storm drain system itself throughout the project. So just the general GAD structure, a little bit of a recap. This board oversees potentially a GAD treasurer that's already been onboarded, a GAD manager, a GAD attorney that's not required by GAD law, but often GADs have their own attorney as well, and then a GAD clerk, which would be an upcoming process step. And then the GAD manager essentially manages the contractors that perform the maintenance activities for the GAD. Several GADs in California, and this graph essentially just shows that I'd say approximately 50% of cities or counties, they have their own, quote, GAD staff, typically the larger cities and larger counties, and then the smaller cities and counties typically have a consultant or contractor perform GAD services. It's almost split 50-50. Of course, the contractors are essentially always outsourced and obtained for specific GAD services. So for GAD staffing positions, we talked about this a couple times over the last maybe year and a half. We could perform an RFQ. However, per GAD law, an RFQ is not required. We could contract with county staff. Our county staff is a little bit limited, and I'll be the first to admit we don't know and have much experience about GADs. And so then option 3 is to appoint third-party consultants to serve as GAD staff with contracts for each position. And this was already discussed per the previous GAD meetings with the GAD board that was the preferred strategy moving forward. GAD treasurer, I won't go through about this too much. The treasurer's already been onboarded. They've been collecting the assessments from the property owners. They actually invest the GAD revenues, and at an upcoming meeting, the board can actually have them present. What I did was, as of the last meeting, the request from the board was how much was the balance in the GAD bank accounts, and as of November 30th, it was $224,500. I think I printed up something that number is projected to increase by June 30th of this year. But back a few months ago, the balance in the account was $224,500. So our GAD manager, it's optional. County staff could perform that task, but the GAD manager needs to be onboarded. And the GAD manager essentially performs all the day-to-day operations. They provide direction for maintenance and repair as described in the plan of control. They respond to the emergencies, unscheduled events, they communicate with property owners, and they'll provide status reports to the GAD board moving forward. A few other duties that we thought were important to outline. They actually perform routine geotechnical analysis for slope stabilities. They attend future GAD board of director meetings, communicate with the board, maintain files, prepare assessments, and then prepares the annual budget and report as well. So GAD clerk, I'll just go through this quick, but this is for future considerations. It is now that the project is transferring maintenance activities and ownership activities to the GAD. The next step, which we'll talk about in a minute, one of the next steps should be to onboard a clerk. And so our clerk here, and clerks would not be required to actually clerk these board meetings. And so the clerk would have their typical duties, maintaining documents, records, draft minutes, post agendas, and basically communicate with GAD staff and county officials as needed. A GAD attorney, as I said earlier, it's optional, but several legislative bodies do decide to have an attorney onboarded. And again, I think the goal is to transfer a lot of these services and responsibilities away from county staff, if that's the direction of the board, and onto other consultants. And then the GAD assessments pay for those services. So upcoming milestones. After a GAD manager is onboarded, then the next step is to accept the transfer responsibilities from the developer that have been performing those responsibilities for approximately the last 3 years to the GAD for the promontory project. And then the next step is to actually approve a budget for the next fiscal year, onboard a GAD clerk, ideally before June 30th of this year, as well as approving a GAD budget before June 30th of this year. And then per this GAD's board of directors direction, hold future meetings as you deem appropriate. So I'm going to pause there for questions. I do have Eric Harrell from NGO to answer detailed questions for you as necessary for this meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Go to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
All right. Questions, comments from the board? Anyone have any questions? All right. Well,
Chair,
Supervisor Curro, yes.
I absolutely have some questions. Is it my turn?
It is.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Okay. So NGO, is that, Steve, is that the company that is the current engineer, or who's NGO?
Yeah, apologies. So they actually perform both the engineer's report and the planning control. They also have made site visits to confirm that the developer has complied with their requirements to transfer over their responsibilities to the GAD. So they've been involved essentially from the beginning and are very, very familiar with this project. So that is.
So in order to get a GAD manager or to get this GAD work done, is there an RFP process that needs to be done to be able to go out to bid for these type of services, or has that already been done?
He filled out a sole source form, and it was decided 2 or 3 meetings ago we researched every geological firm, geotechnical firm in the Bay Area. We couldn't actually even find a single one that even performs these services, but per the sole source form, they're the one local firm, and they're also the most familiar with the project site, performing previous reports and assessments.
So we don't currently have someone to roll it over to, except for that's the sole source. Have we authorized that contract already? I'm sorry if I'm not remembering correctly.
No, we actually processed the contract with County Council. They reviewed it, approved it, and it's uploaded onto this board item today.
Okay. So when it comes to the scope of this, and I apologize, I have to tell you, I did not read the contract. I have not had time to go through all of the items on this one. The maintenance and repair, taking on that role, does that also include the liability? Or is the GAD district responsible for the liability? And does that mean it falls on the property owners?
It's more the former. I don't know if you want to answer that one.
Good afternoon. This is Eric Carroll from NGO. And so the contract does have a indemnification of NGO to the GAD. You were asking before about, there's one question, that's addressed in the contract about liability, the homeowners assuming liability, and there's another question that was raised last meeting about the liability to the county from the GAD. I assume you're just asking about, our services in the contract as serving GAD manager as far as liability to the homeowners for our things. We do have insurance requirements in there and an indemnity clause in there.
Well, I appreciate that. Where I'm kind of going with this is the ultimate responsibility is the property owners when it comes to financial. And I would really like to set up some sort of part of your contract. Does it include updating the HOA and property owners of that project of what's going on? Or is that required to go filter through the county as we're the board of directors of the GAD?
So yes, we will be, if appointed, we would be serving, and at the pleasure of the GAD Board of Directors, the members of your membership of the County Board of Supervisors. So we would be doing that. That would be the order of operations. Information to homeowners and HOAs, we do that frequently in GADs, but we also have the public meetings. We are currently the GAD manager or GAD services consultant for 18 GADs in California, which includes a number more developments. So we understand homeowners' unfamiliarity with GADs. And so we do a lot of outreach and information to make sure that they understand where their assessment dollars are going.
And I'm just trying to clarify that that's all included in this contract.
Yeah. Yes, those services are all the day-to-day services of the contract, the scope of services in there. Yes.
Okay, that's great. In looking at the map, going back to the GAD boundaries, I really appreciate seeing the map. There's been some, I don't know if it's misunderstood information, but I've had property owners that and HOA members that when you drive down the green road that goes down to Southside Road, the HOA was informed that they were responsible for maintaining those side areas for weed abatement, and it doesn't appear based on this map that that's the case. The HOA or the CFD is responsible for the road,
So,
not the sides of the roads.
yeah, so there are two entities mainly involved here because the CFD 2018 Zone 3, which includes this development, only does police and ambulance services. So they have no other responsibilities within this development other than providing the police and ambulance services. So there's no overlap there. On all the orange parcels, the GAD would be fee title owner and the GAD would provide weed abatement for fire suppression. So that is all a GAD responsibility everywhere in the orange for any weed abatement or fire thing, which includes all the areas shown in orange.
Okay, so I really appreciate that clarification because in looking at that, that's basically dealing with all of the soil stabilization, not just there, but also that parcel that is parcel C. Isn't that the drainage area? So you're in charge of maintaining that parcel C?
I'll make a real quick distinction. So the GAD is going to own all the in fee title, and that was in the original plan of control and planned in the engineer's report to own all those areas shown in orange. Those areas we do geologic hazard abatement. We also do responsible landowner duties, which includes vegetation suppression for fire control, litter pickup, fences, things like that that'll responsible landowner to do. Geologic hazard abatement occurs throughout the entire development. That's not just in the orange area, that's in every area that's shown within the red area. We provide geologic hazard abatement. That is the GAD services and what a GAD was set up for.
Okay, that really helps a lot and makes it much clearer. And I'm not sure if you can answer this or if it has to go back to Steve. Steve, the area that has the huge slide, which I believe was a agreement that happened with Sunny Slope Water District from the pond that was up on the hill, that is not part of the GAD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then it shows in yellow that the South Side Road is county. I believe the yellow says county, San Benito County owned and maintained parcel, but it stops where the GAD district lines are. So it's just showing that part of that road is actually in the GAD district, even though its road is maintained by the county. If there's a slide in those areas and that road has to be replaced, is the GAD district paying for that road or is the county paying for that road?
So what a GAD would do in this case is the GAD, so they've had, obviously that was the reason, one of the major reasons for this GAD was that slope between the development and the roadway. So the GAD on a situation like that would bring the earthwork and the stabilization so it's back to a buildable condition. So we're not necessarily replacing the road, but we're bringing it back to a buildable condition. So, if a slide on top of the road or underneath the road, that's what the GAD would be repairing and performing that activity so that the subgrade of the road was ready for whatever improvements the county wanted to put in there.
Okay, that is great. It was Eric, correct?
Yes.
I would love to have contact information if this moves forward so that when I'm getting calls, I can direct to the proper people. At the same time, I want to thank you for all the clarity because I'm new to this whole GAD thing, and I want to make sure that I'm relaying the information properly to the residents in that area. The only other thing I have, which I believe is going to have to be a future agenda item, is dealing with the CFD 2018 and the conflicts that are occurring because this development is not part of the HOA of the main development of Ridgemark, who manages all their own roads. So that's a conversation when we have the item about CFDs, CSAs, and HOAs. So I'll hold my questions for that conversation that hopefully will be coming in the future. But when it does, this is the example I want to kind of use, because even though we don't want any more CSAs in the county, Ridgemark is unique, and this is an extension of Ridgemark. So thank you. Appreciate all the answers.
No problem. And just as, so it's page 12 in the plan of control, which is a table of long-term ownership, management, and maintenance entities and funding. So that kind of lays out with the streets, and that's a really good resource for a quick look at who manages what. It has the HOA's responsibilities in there, Sunny Slope, water districts, and then all the GAD things and all the HOA things. So it lays out and ties in with this figure that Steve presented today that's in the plan of control. So it's an important thing. And like I said, contacted the county CSA director just to confirm that the CFD 2018-01 Zone 3 is only police and ambulance. So there was no overlap. I think that was a question last time. Was there any overlap between the GAD and CFD service? And the answer is absolutely not. And we do that intentionally at the start. We look at HOA duties, GAD duties, city or water districts, whatever other utilities, and put those into a table to make sure somebody 30 years from now knows who's responsible for what.
Greatly appreciated. I see that that's a table 8.0-1, so it's very clear. And I will be sharing that document with some of the HOA executives.
And I will offer, if every, HOA or board, we're always, if whatever the board's preference is today, like I said, we meet with a lot of HOAs and homeowners in the GADs. We do manage, just because most people aren't familiar with GADs and they want to know where their assessments and tax dollars are going.
Exactly. That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything else from the board? Like Supervisor Crowe took all of our questions that we had. Okay, no other comments. I will entertain a motion to authorize the chair of the GAD to onboard a GAD manager and sign the contract as stated.
So moved.
There a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Fratello?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Okay, thank you. I think that concludes everything from the GAD. We have no future agenda items. So I believe that concludes our meeting, and we will adjourn to the next regular meeting of March 10th, 2026.
Bye, everybody.
All right.